if I was Floyd and he was me,
yeah,
he would never have to fight again because that exhibition shit,
yeah.
as me being his little brother, hey, little bro, we finna do 10 rounds and we both gonna get $100+ million for it.
Right.
And we ain't never got to box again. Well,
Right.
well, I already been getting these bets, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
Right.
And you ain't never got to.
Yo, you know the deal. We back again. We never slacking. Word 'em up. Ladies and guys, whether if you drunk or you high, it's time to pay respects to the illest man alive. If you think you got a point, he'll shrink you down to size. And from there it's downhill like a slinky or a slide. Open your eyes, got a deep connection with the rise, so you might see them jump in whenever they go live. Peep it, this channel blowing up now, it's not a secret. With tons of exclusive interviews to listen to. Them other channels I hate, but yo, they missing clues. They start narratives, sip the goose and twist the truth. It don't take a rocket scientist to get the proof. Just click the live at 4 p.m. Eastern time. But when you chime in, make sure you keep it kind. But if cowards want to debate, then it's feasting time. My man Just Do shine, busy all the time. Grind 24/7, 365. Videos he might have 365. My rhyme sick, they make you do a 365. You get a rich if you think you fit to survive. It's Just Do Boxing, time to click the live. Ain't no beginners, if you soft, you ain't down to ride. I crush you, respect too, it's Just Do. He got the illest boxing show on the internet. The boy been a threat and he ain't even had dinner yet. Word 'em up. Yeah. You know what time it is. $4 p.m. Eastern. Click the link.
In the building. Make sure y'all subscribe to Just Do Boxing, the best boxing talk on YouTube.
Just Do Boxing in the building, 4 o'clock shorty, man. Y'all make sure y'all check him out. He's going to be live today at 4 o'clock, man. And he's going to be spewing some good stuff as he always do with an unbiased approach, man. He's probably the most unbiased channel on YouTube.
What's going on? And one of my favorite channels, if y'all into that pugilistic perfection, if y'all into that boxing, that's that boy Just Do Boxing here on YouTube. Make sure y'all check out Just Do Boxing, the only unbiased boxing channel on YouTube, because I am definitely biased when I talk about boxing. So
as always, we got to shout out everybody in the chat, man. Shout out to my brother Just Do. Y'all make sure y'all go sub to Just, man. Just doing a hell of a job over there. Had a great interview today. The brother, and I say it respectfully, one of the most non-biased individuals that I've ever heard speak on the sport of boxing. And I got a lot of love and respect for my brother Just, man. And right now, we're going to give him his Just Due. Shout out to my brother Just Do, man. Much love. And
What's good? What's good? Salute to the family. How y'all feeling on this good Monday, man? This beautiful Monday. We back to build on this boxing and give it its just due, how we always do. Y'all know what it is, man. Smash the like button for me. Sub to the channel. Notifications. Turn them on. And we going to talk about it today, man. We're going to build for a bit like we always do, man. What's good with y'all? Where the likes at? 1 million. I know we getting there. Zoom verse, my God. What's good, bro? Yeah, I feel you. Yeah, he passed him. Yeah, we're going to talk about it, man. Bill back to, he got his promoter hat on, man. He be talking that talk. USA Boxing. What it do, man? What it do? Yes, sir, Mike Kirkland. Appreciate you, bro. Shout out to you, man. Big Dog Willie, my guy, man, the super chat early, man. Much love, always supporting Jake Paul versus Tank November 22nd, Las Vegas. Facts. Man, that's what's that the word is out there. I mean, that's what they saying too, man.
And we ain't never got to box again. Well,
Right.
well, I already been getting these bets, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
Shout out to the homie Pootie Kid, man, being a member for 5 months, man. Much love, bro. Shout out to my dog, man. He back at it, man. He says, "Who just my G in the whole chat, man." Shout out to you, bro. Appreciate
And we ain't never
you.
got to box again. Well,
Right.
well. I already been getting these back, but now
that's
it's time for you to get your just do.
Shout out to my homie, man, Big Dog Willie, man. I mean, shout out to Pootie Kid. Much love, bro. Always supporting the grind, man. Edwin and Keyshawn not going. Yeah, you on that same stuff every day. You got to find some new material, USA. You got to find some new material, fam. Jay Grant, what it do, homie? 2 cents. What's good with it? Shout out to the homie. Big Dog Willie, man, becoming a member, man.
And we ain't never got to box again. Well,
Right.
well. I already been getting these back, but now it's time for you to get your just do.
Homie, man. Big Dog Willie, appreciate you, bro. Jay Grant, 2 cents in the building was good compared to when Floyd was 26. Yeah, he was, man. Look, we're going to talk about it. Y'all know I'm a fair guy, so it's always a good conversation with me. You know, I see some things that caught my attention, man. I said, we're going to talk about it. Shout out to Boxing Voice ahead of time in advance. Shout out to Ness in the Boxing Voice. He had Bill on. Bill was talking his talk, man. You know, and rightfully so. I ain't mad at him. Look, he doing what he's supposed to do first and foremost. I mean, I know people hear the comparisons and hear the statements and they lose their mind. I don't. It is what it is. I ain't surprised. I mean, could anybody be surprised that he's promoting the hell out of his son? That's just what he been doing. He's going to keep doing it. You get me? It's up for us to understand that, I think, at this point. So, get me, it's always going to be some pushback when he say different things, but it's always going to be some people that rock with what he said too. Get what I'm saying? Hey, check it out. I heard Sugar Shane Mosley say he give him he said Devin Haney give him Sugar Ray Leonard vibes when he fight. You get what I ain't never heard that before, but it's just always a good conversation. It's interesting, the things that you hear sometimes from these fighters. So who am I to tell them like, no, this and that? But, you know, I got my own assessment, but I ain't got to, you know, take away from what Haney's done to make my point. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's always going to be hard when people get compared to Floyd. It's always tough. You know what I'm saying? That's TBE. Like, you get what I'm saying? That's a one-of-one type of guy, man. That was the best of his era, in my opinion. It's just hands down. You get me? So shout out to Dante's Boxing Talk. What's good, homie? How you feeling? Bill Haney is hilarious. Yeah, I just enjoy it for what it's worth at this point, right? Just enjoy it, but we're gonna get to that in a second. But I did want to touch on this real quick because I see it already. It's out there. I already see where people are going. And you know, recently Turki Alashikh just made a post, you know, and it was the Upton Gym. You know, he was I guess he recently just announced his new partnership, so to speak, with Box Raw, and he shouted out the Upton Gym, and he went on to, you know, to post a video, you know, with Coach Calvin, and you know, has shout out to Squeeze. I seen Squeeze in the video. I think I got it in here. But you know, people seen this video and they went right to saying that you know, Turki Alashikh is partnering up with GTD, Team GTD. And I mean, it's a question. I see why people will say it, but you got to be very specific when you speak on it because it's very early and we don't know exactly what the extent of the partnership is for, you know, outside of what I read. And I'm going to pull it up because it was a post that they made as well. You get what I'm saying in regards to this. I don't feel like it's that big a deal. It's just interesting, though, you know. It is. And this was by the Ring magazine, man. And they said the Ring partnered with Box Raw and Boxing is Love to kick off our Fighting for the Future tour in the United States, starting in Baltimore at Upton Boxing Center. We donated gloves and gear and trained with the next generation to keep the fight alive. I think, look, I'm not about to go where other people go. I'm just gonna focus on what we doing over here. Look, when you hear this, first things first, you know, it's not the most surprising thing at all. It seemed like to me that Turki is trying to cover all bases. I mean, you see this ring ever since he bought this Ring magazine. You see his shit been spreading like wildfire. He on everything, and he trying to be a part of everything. That's what it seemed like. But at the end of the day, if he's involved in donating gloves and gear and things like that to help the kids, the youth that's in Baltimore, and more specifically in Upton Gym, I don't see the negative in that. You get what I'm saying? If it's going to help the kids get to that next level, to the next step, if it's going to help them, finance their situation and just help towards their journey, and becoming boxers. You get what I'm saying? I rock with that, because it's a way to pay it forward for boxing, man, and help the sport to continue going. You see what they're saying? Like, it's helping to keep the next generation, going. So I like it. I like to hear it. I think the biggest surprise though was the fact that he was pretty much shouting out the Upton Gym and posting a video that contained Coach Calvin. And you know how people react to that kind of stuff. So, but for me, I thought it was positive. I thought it was good, man. You like to see this kind of stuff, man. How far to go, it remains to be seen. But if he's, like I said, man, one thing I know for a fact in boxing is that these kids need help. You know what I mean? People need help in boxing. People need money. You can never have too much. Anytime somebody is willing to, finance or help the kids, like I said, get to the next level, you gotta be able to tip your hat to that. I don't know how this, I see the narratives already, people saying, oh, the Turkey, the Tank bend the knee. And I don't think this really has anything to do with Tank right now. I really don't. I think it's just it's way too early for that. I think, depending on who you is, if you want to push that, then you do you. But I think it's a bit too early for that. I don't think it has anything with doing bending any type of knees. Like I said, for me, it just looked like Turkey covering all bases, and maybe this could be his attempt in getting in there with Tank. Maybe you get close to the coaches and to the atmosphere and where he's from. Maybe y'all could open form a relationship. Who knows? I don't know. But like I said, just initially hearing it, right? I can't say it was anything bad from it, right? I don't see anything bad from it. You get what I'm saying? You just got to see where it go. But like I said, these kids are always in need, and people that's going to help straight up. So anytime you get somebody that's able to do so, that's like I said, I just could rock with it, man. But I don't think this has anything to do with Tank Davis right off the bat. Like I said, people just looking for, I guess, stuff to push, but I'm not into that. Like he probably has not a zero thing to do with that situation right now. So I can't connect those two. But what I could say, I can see why people would think that the next step is for Turkey to try to, form some type of relationship with Tank Davis and do some business. And I don't see what the issue would be in that, as long as the business that he's doing is square business, right? That's all. That's it. That's all. It's not the end of the world. We're gonna see. We don't know what this is gonna lead to at the end of the day. But like I always say on this channel, man, time reveals all, bro. Time reveals all. So we'll know in due time what's going on and what they expect. But so far, like I said, on the surface of it, it just looks good. It looks solid, right? Anybody that is interested in the youth and helping boxing move forward, there's nothing I can say that's bad about it. You know what I'm saying? I know Turkey ain't the popular guy, but the hell with that. Kids need help. Boxing need money. Like we talk about it a little bit on this channel as well, how people, fight multiple fights, double-digit fights, and guys don't make money. So, anytime you can get a leg up or a jump start or help in any way, shape, or form when it pertains to boxing, because that you got to sacrifice so much, and that shit is costly. So, like I said, that's where I'm looking at it. Helping the youth, donating things, and that's dope right there. Let me play this video, man. Teach what it do. He said you can't hide. JJ was good with it. Turkey, man. For the people that's dope. And McLean, what it do, homie? How you feeling? Kind of loco, what's good with it, bro? How you feeling? How you feeling? What's good with it? So we're gonna see. We'll see where this goes. You know what I'm saying? Jordan, what it do, homie? yeah, I don't understand how you can make something negative out of this, right? It seemed like a positive move, right? But like I said, you never know. It's all people always have motives and intentions, but like I said, maybe that's his way of trying to, just form relationships, building bonds, supporting the youth. Anybody could get behind that message. It's hard not to. You get what I'm saying? You always want to see the youngest get a chance, bro. So I like it initially on the surface, right? But we'll see if anything else comes out of it. And then if you look this up, this is obviously a movement that's, like I said, based on the youth and kids and probably helping with boxing tournaments and things like that. Donating gloves, gear, and training different shit like that. I like it. I respect it. You know what I mean? So far, surface level, it look decent, right? It don't look like they up to no good right now, Coming up to say Ryan flourish out. It's a shout out to Zoom versus my homie, man. It was good with it though, bro. Barber D, my boxing mom is in the building. How you feeling? Always good to see you. And yeah, so I like it, man. I like it. But again, y'all gonna see the narratives. Y'all gonna see, is Tank bending the knee? Oh, Tank is gonna work with Turkey. Oh, he's gonna be forced to work with. You're gonna hear a lot of that stuff, but I don't think that's the reality. At the end of the day, if the business is right, then I can see something coming out of it, right? But this doesn't mean that he gonna fight on a card. This doesn't mean that he gonna be over there in on a rehab season event. None of that. So just gotta wait and see. It's so early, but I get it, man. People just like to, they got imaginations and they just wander, man. You know what I mean? So I get it. You know what I mean? That'd be news to people, right? They feel like Tank and Turkey ain't never been on the same page. They're not too fond of one another. And this would be a big change of pace if the announcement of this partnership at all involved, Gervonta Davis doing any type of business with Turkey. And I just don't know if that's the case just yet, because I've never heard him say anything that would indicate that that's something that he's doing. That don't mean it can't happen, right? Anything can happen, but right now I'm not about to make that up or force it to be that. So we're gonna have to wait and see. Tales from the B-side, something different for folks. So shout out to Kind of Loco, man. That's something, man. That's free game automatically right there, bro. Because I already know And we was talking about that again briefly, like that B-sides and the A-side stuff, and kind of breaking down how it worked. And people would be amazed at how that shit really worked. You get what I'm saying? So I think that'd be some valuable information for the people, man. He said Big Turkey when box football, baseball equipment. Get with me, big dog. You know it. You know what I mean? Let me find out Big Turk for the kids, man. Let me find out Big Turk for the kids, though.
1, 2, 3.
Landed in Upton Gym. Energy is
Going to the boxing gym with an open mind, just to get in shape, to clear your mind. Boxing can actually heal you from a lot of frustration that you got on your mind. So in the words of that, don't sit still. Keep it moving.
And shout out to Box Raw, man, because shout out to the Rise podcast, too, because they always shouting out Box Raw. They've been rocking with Box Raw. So, like I said, man, keywords, partnership. I'm not going to overstate what they put out there and try to read too much into it. Like I said, right now, I don't think it has anything. I can't connect it right now to Tank Davis. I think that's a bit of a stretch, but it's dope that, Turk made his way around and he spotted the Upton gym, shouted them out, co-signed them, part of the movement. You know what I mean? New partnership. That's dope, man. Helping the kids out. And I think that's cool for Coach Calvin as well, because, he's a heavy advocate for the kids. So I could imagine any kind of help is good for him to get to help him in that movement. Just keep going. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to him. I mean, that dude deserve a light shined on him because of, I think I look at him as a really selfless individual, man. That's all he talk about. That's been his message since I've ever heard him speak. Always talking about the kids, paying it forward, kids this, kids that. And it's a really consistent message. And he's a good guy to be pushing the message, man, because I think he stand behind everything he says. So, like I said, if I'm not overlooking or looking too deep into it, that's how far I can see it, right? Just help for the kids, help for the youth, and the movement that he got going on at the Upton gym. Like, you get what I'm saying? He deserved that shit. Hey, shout out to him. So shout out to the Rise podcast, man. Coach Squeeze, I see him in there doing his thing. It's smooth. He can't thrill her. What it do on? How you feeling? Cornelius, what's good, player? Turkey is about love, not hate. That's why I like it. I like it. Thank. What's good with it? I like it. I like it, man. You know, if you're gonna use some of that money, like I said, man, it's been a lot of talk about money and what he's been doing with it, and if he's been making or losing and all of this different stuff, right? But one thing you can say, if you're using your money for some good, I can get behind that. I can respect that. If it's what it really looks like on the surface, you just, you know, doing business, partnering up, and you happen to see the Upton gym is you know, of value where you want to co-sign and help be a part of something they got going on, and you way over in Saudi Arabia. So I gotta respect that. That's dope. And for you not to have we, to our knowledge, have any relationship with Tank, to be over in his city, you know, and trying to make somewhat of an impact, no matter how big or how little, long as it's positive, I can respect it. You get what I'm saying? So we'll see where this goes. But like I said, y'all, be prepared for the narratives. They already out there. Tank this, Tank that, Tank did this, he bending the knee that. I'm not into it. You know, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. But like I said, I like the move. You know what I mean? Show love to the youth and the kids. And I think, you know, build solid relationships with some people outside of your you know, your area, man. I could rock with it. You know what I'm saying? And the bigger thing, I could see Coach Calvin really being, you know, ecstatic, man, or happy that, you know, he's showing love. So that's what it is, man. That's what it is. Not a big deal. You know, partnership is cool, man. And maybe, like I said, maybe that's his way of extending, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? His hand to them. Like, yo, you know what I mean? It's all love. I see what y'all doing over here, and I'll be a part of it. You know what I mean? I could rock with that. You know what I mean? Just keep moving forward, man. So we all know that this shout out to Mr. Empire. What's good with it, man? And my guy, Big Dog, really been a member for 13 months. Once again, Tank. He ain't let it go. Just in case y'all forgot, man. Tank versus Jake, November 22nd. All right.
And we ain't never got a box again. Well,
Right.
I already been getting these bet, but now it's time for you to get your just do.
Kevin, what's good with it, homie? How you feeling? They finna say Coach started Tank in the back for merch or something, just using Turk right. They gonna find something negative. There you go. Better way to say it, Jay Grant extended the olive branch. There you go. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? And it could be that. It could simply be that. This could be the beginning of him trying to, you know, reach out and maybe do business. Because listen, at the end of the day, if you're really for boxing and you're about the biggest and best fights, now you've worked with Canelo Alvarez, you got a big fight in the works for him in September. Emmanuel, what it do, homie? You get me? You got a big fight in the works for him in September. It's not bad business for you to want to work with one of the biggest names in the sport. If I'm just looking at it the right way, am I crazy? Like if you're about entertainment, we know that's what Tank do. You got the casual audience and you got the diehard. You get me? So it wouldn't be crazy for you to want to work with him. It almost, to me, it seems like it would be kind of crazy if you didn't. You get what I'm saying? Like if you didn't want to work with him, and why wouldn't you? So that's where I'm at with it. So maybe this could be the start of that, but ain't nothing wrong with, you know, extending the olive branch, like Jay said, you know, to help the youth, and more importantly, shedding a light on that Upton gym, which is dope, specifically being in that Baltimore area. And you a guy that's way over in Saudi Arabia. And look, y'all know what some of the narratives was. He only cared about Saudi and everything over there. I'm not going to try to put too much on it, but to even do that, I think that shows that you have interest in shedding the light somewhere else outside of where you're from, right? If we just being fair. So how much of an impact he'll have on this movement remains to be seen, but I can only go off the information that's put out there. And this is pretty much the same thing I've heard for the people that I, see speak on it. So ain't nothing wrong with a partnership. People are about money. This move seems like it's about helping though. And that's cool. And like I said, let's see where it go. Crush the legend. My God, what's good with it? Times bring change. Absolutely, man. Calvin didn't talk to Tank before that approval. You never know, Dink. He said, told Turkey, love black people. Chai said I was capping. Yeah, well, look, I love that. I love that this move. And I like the fact that he shared the video. He reposted it on his socials. Coach got it up. That's dope, man. One thing that can do with because he got a big platform. The Ring is a big platform. Turkey got all those people, millions of people following him. To share that on his platform is dope. I don't care what nobody say. To shed a light on them and you don't even work with his fighter, it's cool. Unless I'm seeing it the wrong way. You get what I'm saying? You don't even have no, from what we know, open or immediate relationship with the fighter, but to connect with his coach and a piece of where he from, his home, like that, and try to do some positive with your money when you hear all of these different stories. I could salute that. That's all. I ain't gotta praise it and nothing like that. I could salute it and say, all right, okay, I see it. I see you doing something, Ain't nothing below. That's what I'm saying. That's how I see it, When Teo's having a stick, we gonna get into that. But that's next. Crush about to get into that too. Boxing with 2-4, what it do? And if y'all want to come up, we could cook on it because we gonna talk about it. It's some different things going out there. Tay, what's good, homie? How you feeling? Some different things going out there. So look, like I said, overall, any move that's trying to help boxing move forward and it helps the youth, the underprivileged youth, hell yeah. Just do salutes that if that's what that message is. And it really represents what it looks like, just helping and shedding a light on a space and a jewel in the Upton boxing gym from what I hear. You get what I'm saying? People always talk about the energy and the commitment that the coaches and stuff show in that gym. So that's dope for boxing, man. That's a win for boxing for real. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully it was all done with good intent. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, right. You just gotta salute that. You know what I mean? Shout out to my guy. Let's get into it though. So look, hey, shout out to Turk, shout out to Upton, shout out to Coach Calvin. Let's win. That's for the kids, man. That's a win for the kids to me. But let's get to this, man. Look. Devin Haney, man. Shout out to Devin Haney, man. Shout out to Devin Haney, a guy that do get a lot of criticism, and I get it, bro. I get it. When you got a mouthpiece and a dad like Bill Haney, man, you gonna hear it all, right? But over here, we always like to put things in its proper context and put things in perspective the best way I know how, man. So, it's been a lot of talk about what was going to happen after these Fatal Fury fights, right? A lot of different takeaways from this Fatal Fury event. More so like this is the thing. There's nothing wrong with criticism, right? We always looking for Devin Haney to perform and look a certain way. We all expected a certain thing, right? Well, a lot of people did. And when he didn't look the way people anticipated or expected to see him looking, the criticism rolled in, you know what I mean? Just like it always do. But I don't have a problem hearing guys get criticized. That's not the issue, right? It's boxing. You're going to get criticized, man. You're in a public light. You know what I'm saying? You're an athlete, world-class athlete. People going to talk about you, win, lose, or draw. But my only issue with all the criticism, some of it turned into slander. A lot of it did. And it got to the point where you would have thought he just fought himself or something like that. Like it was just him against him because he was in there with somebody else. And I always say this, I don't understand. Like it's nothing wrong with criticizing a guy, right? But how do we forget that he was in there with somebody else? And if what Devin Haney did was bad, what the hell was Jose Ramirez? That's all I'm saying. I ain't telling nobody that he looked phenomenal. But I can't reiterate it enough. I think that fight was in place to build confidence. I do. I think it was in place to build confidence. I think it was small gains, small wins that he was able to get within that 12 rounds. You get what I'm saying? And it was about making it to see the next fight. I think so. And it, you know, maybe it left the wrong taste in people's mouth, but I'm telling you, I'm a realist. I seen what happened in 420 with cheating ass Ryan. I seen what happened. I'm not going to expect everything to just be 100% back to normal and you just look. You get what I'm saying? And I understand that you gave us a fight that was against your best interest in the last outing. So this time, you were going to make for damn sure that it didn't happen again. And I'm okay with that because it's one fight. It's a get back. All right, shake back, build your confidence a bit. Now, let's see where you can go from there. And I love the energy because he on Teo helmet. It looked like Ryan might have fumbled the bag. It might have looked like they abandoning shit with that. It looked like the talk around that rematch kind of fizzled down. And you could blame it on Devin Haney all you want. But again, he get more criticism than Ryan. But Ryan got dropped and lost. You get what I'm saying? Like, I'm not understanding. So, yeah, like, if we going to criticize, let's criticize fairly across the board. Yeah, you can criticize how he moved a lot. He didn't look settled. He looked uncomfortable. He looked like he didn't want to get hit. Cool, I get it. It looked like he was like surviving. Looked like he was thinking about the next bag. Oh, yeah, there's a conversation there. But let's not forget that the guy that he was in there with was supposed to do something too. He ain't do shit. Jose Ramirez ain't do nothing for 12 rounds, bro, but follow that man around the ring. Yo, that was terrible. And got good instruction round after round and continued to do absolutely nothing to force the issue. So if I'm Devin Haney, like I said, y'all gonna have to be mad. But this for me, man. This win is for the Haney brand, bro. I got to win. Now, look, I ain't winning the best fashion. I get it. They like, it ain't looking good. But look, think about how it would have looked if he would have lost. Think about how it would have looked if he would have got dropped and got outboxed like Ryan. Come on, man. Like, it ain't all bad. You take your wins how you can take them some nights. And that night, he had to go out there and get that dub, man. And the goal is to build off that. I'm not being unrealistic. The goal is to build off that. If that is the best that you absolutely can look, yeah, there's people that you can still beat, but at the absolute top where you want to compete at, those fights are going to be very difficult. But if you ask me, I'm going to wait, like I've been saying, to see what he's going to look like again. Give him another fight. This was a confidence builder. This was a shake back. I gave y'all a fight. I gave y'all the entertainment. That shit ain't work out for me. This one I had to clean up some shit. I had to make sure this didn't happen. I wasn't letting this left hook land. I wasn't getting rattled. I wasn't getting dropped again. Wasn't getting buzzed early in the fight and not recovering late. That shit wasn't gonna happen. And listen, say what you want. Think about it, man. He stuck to the game plan despite what people would say about him. And that's the shit that got Devin Haney to where he at. So again, not exactly fighting the style that he fought, in which he really, like, he had more opportunities. Yeah, he left a lot of meat on the bone, but he still had to win. It was about getting that win, man. Sticking to the game plan, going back to what Devin Haney do. And that's what he do. Stick to a game plan, box, be smart, and make it hard for you to hit him. That's what he did, man. So look, you could critique the performance. That's fair. But it's still some positives to take away from that. Don't forget that he actually won the damn fight. And the other guy on the other side was supposed to do this and that. He was supposed to be stronger, more energy, and all of this shit. Like, man, hell no. We ain't critiquing on one side. We're going to go on the other side too. He was talking all how good he felt, and he was moving up. And he stayed at 140 too long. Man, hell no. He had a left hook. Robert Garcia said he was training him to kill Devin Haney. He was training him to kill. That's what he said. That's what he said. Hell no. If we can point the finger 3 times at Bill and say, yeah, you did this, man, this, that. Look over there in that end, man. He said some things too, and they didn't deliver. Now, it ain't Robert Garcia's fault because he put his man in the best position possible, but that man didn't go out there and do nothing. So as much as plain as the win looked for Devin Haney, as vanilla as the game plan may have looked, as unsettled as he may have looked, why wasn't that guy able to take advantage of that at all? He had 36 minutes to make some sort of adjustment, and he didn't do it. So shame on him, man. Yeah, we can criticize you, Devin, but I'm looking at it like, yo, build off that performance. Build off it. If you can build off it, you good, bro. you good. But that shit Ramirez just did, that's ridiculous too. Like, you go on the other side, that was bad. That was terrible. He didn't do nothing. He followed that man around to the point where people felt like it was fixed. Like, he just, scripted fight the way he fought. Like, you get what I'm saying? He just didn't do nothing but follow him around, got outboxed. You get what I'm saying? So, from the eyes, was it the most aesthetically pleasing and entertaining? Are you jumping out your seat? Nah, bro. But again, man, you got to get that win. And I get it. People like, oh, you can't be a superstar like that. You got to go out there and really go for it. You got to entertain the fans, blah, blah, blah. I get it, man, but not to your own detriment. And listen to this little conversation from Coppinger and dude from Arum.
You hurt your hand against a very, very good fighter, and you beat a very good fighter with one hand. It's not like you don't want to fight. It's that you couldn't throw both hands. That's all it was.
There was no broken hands. Again, maybe he had a hurt hand. I'm not saying he didn't, but the fight after that against Brunanya, and also that was not the most exciting fight. So he's very outspoken.
But you got to win. It doesn't have to be exciting.
This is showbiz. Like Edgar Berlanga said, this is entertainment.
But you want to know if your fighter won, though. You want to. That's the most important thing. Dominates. He doesn't have close.
But if you want to be the biggest star, if you want to be on a star like Gervonta Davis, you have to bring the action like Gervonta Davis.
But at the end of the day, what's best? Win or be a star?
Both.
What's
I think being a star is best. This is showbiz.
No, because if you don't win, you can't be a star.
You need to do both. Manny Pacquiao lost 8 times.
I get Mike's, but he won so many though.
He did.
The biggest stage. You're right. Both guys.
And you heard, man, that was a good dialogue from the two. But Coppinger, see, he talking like a casual fan, and that's why people be labeling him a casual fan. He know boxing, but he a casual type guy. Opulent LDTV, blessings, Brody. How you feeling? But you heard what bro was telling him. No, the goal is to win. You got to be a star. You got to bring the action like Gervonta Davis. That's the fucking problem. It's only one Tank Davis the last time I checked. Devin Haney can't go out there and do what Tank Davis do. I don't care how bad people want him to do it. That's not realistic to go out to ask him to go out there and beat Gervonta Davis. You ain't never heard nobody ask Tank to go do what Devin Haney do the way he do it. No, you ain't never heard nobody do that. That's the problem with boxing. Get that shit out of here. I get it. Entertain my ass, but not to my own detriment. I can't be a star if I'm getting my ass dribbled off the canvas every other fight. What are you talking about? And the Manny Pacquiao example was a terrible example. He had 8 losses. Yeah, but he won so many. He bounced back crazy after being stopped early in his career. That wasn't a good example. You can't be no star if you getting your ass beat. So, yeah, I get it. The win wasn't the most impressive thing. You ain't writing home about it, and you ain't climbing and falling out your seat for it. But he won. I don't give a damn. He won. He won, and he continued to win round after round while that dude followed him around and didn't do anything different. So, yeah, man, you want to see him do more than that. Moving forward, you want to see more of Devin Haney because you know it's in there, and I'm just going to wait for it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to write the kid off yet. He went out there and won. Some people said he wasn't going to do that. Some people said he wasn't coming back at all. Some people said he probably was going to try to sue, get money, and lead the sport. He came back, bounced back. Furthermore, he talking about fighting Teofimo. You get what I'm saying? He talking about fighting Teo. And from what I'm hearing, that could be a possibility too. So we going to get into it. I don't know, what fight is going to happen first. But listen, I'm here for this shit. You know what I mean? But like I said, man, this dude got a lot of flack for a fight that he won. And I understand it. You like, bro, that's you got to do more than that. But if winning in that fashion is a disgrace, what is losing in the fashion that Jose Ramirez lost? That's all I'm saying. I'm just being real to both sides. Speaking on both sides, that's a complete assessment. He didn't fight himself. He fought a dude that was supposed to bring it. He was trained to kill. All this stuff. He got a left hook. He's dangerous. He was strong. He was going to be rejuvenated, more energy, more bounce. All that shit sounded good. You got in there and got outboxed with a very plain game plan. He plain Janed your ass in 12 rounds in 36 minutes. You ain't do a damn thing to change it. And now we got to go extra crazy on him because he won the fight, how he had to win it. And like I said, being one fight removed off of, having the worst night of your life in a professional ring and just to find out that you was cheated, I understand the mentality right there. And in large part was to do exactly what bro was telling Mike Coppinger. He had to go out there and get that win. Because we could sit here all day and over criticize the performance, but just think about had he fought that way and lost, though. The same way he fought. Just imagine if he lost. You get me? We'd really be cooking. So and never forget that he accomplished the most important task. The most important task at hand that night was the win. You get what I'm saying? And I get it. You want to entertain too, but that's a delicate balance. And I think when you facing the kind of criticism he was facing, people was expecting him to come out here and possibly make some of the same mistakes and go through hell because of it. And he made sure he didn't do it. So, you know what I mean? Is it all the way Devin Haney? Nah, he got some more. He got some more to build on. That's the way I see it, you know. But I ain't writing him off. And Bob Arum chewed into him too a bit.
Devin Haney is a very good fighter. You saw the fight with Ramirez. That was a disgrace. That was an absolute disgrace. But if you're Devin Haney and you're getting good money for the fight with Ramirez and you're going to get super money to fight Garcia because he assumed Garcia would win, then why would he take any risks? But that's not good for boxing. That's terrible for boxing.
And I understand his sentiments 100%. I get it. You're like, yo, you literally fighting to the next fight, so you ain't gonna put on the show because you're worried about the next bag. And I get it. But what's the first thing people say after Ryan Garcia lost? He fumbled the bag. Am I lying? He fumbled the bag. Look, he went out there and lost. Devin Haney went out there and secured his bag. So even if he did it in unpleasing fashion, he still won. Ryan Garcia was very unpleasing. He threw very minimal punches. He got dropped. He got neutralized, and he didn't do shit. He did all that talking. He was mocking Rolly. This dude put out mixtapes after cheating Devin Haney. He was blessed and highly favored. Remember all the talk? And then went out there and got punched down by Rolly Romero, got neutralized and beat up in front of that little crowd that was there. And Mike Tyson and them out there heckling you while you getting punched on. Shakur out there trying to coach you up. You out there getting neutralized by Rolly. You did all that talking and trolling and got beat up. So never forget, on this very same card in which his performance was subpar, he did win. Ryan was subpar and he lost. He got neutralized by a guy that he was supposed to be better than, that he was picked to beat. Most people was picking Ryan Garcia to knock Rolly out. I was one of them. I thought he would catch him. But I did say, y'all, and y'all heard me say it, what if he come over that hook? What if he land one? And we got our answer. Big Rolo landed one, and it changed everything. Peace to the Queen. Lisa, how you feeling? Always good to see you in the building. Neutralized by Rolly still sound crazy, right? Frequent Fly, what it do, homie? His test was Osterine flavored, right? You know what I'm saying? You was blessed and highly favored. You went on a mixtape tour. You trolled. You talked trash. You called them dudes out their name. You made a mockery out of it, and then you went out there and laid the biggest goose egg possible and got beat up by Rolly. If that ain't karma, I don't know what it is. Shout out to my homie. Hey, what's good with it, homie? How you feeling? Shout out to Rod Walker in the building. Joseph, what's good with it, fam? Went out there and laid the biggest egg. So listen, this ain't no protection. I ain't trying to come to Devin Haney. I ain't got to do that. He gonna fight. He can handle that for himself. But I'm just a realist, bro. Like I said, man, a lot of people went in and went off on him. But again, he ain't fumbled the bag. He didn't fumble the bag. He might have left a lot of meat on the bone with the performance, but he still got it done. Didn't get his chin rocked a bunch of times. Didn't get hit with a bunch of left hooks and right hands. And he made it to the next fight. And I feel like the goal now is just to build off that performance. Yeah, you shook out some of the cobwebs, some of the kinks. Now you just keep going from there. Put the work in. You keep getting more and more comfortable, and you keep doing what got you there. LaMarcus was good, homie. Do it what got you there. It's that simple. Because like I said, the fact that he got cheated, old money swag, what it do? Fact that he got cheated is why I root for him the way I do, y'all. That's why I root for him the way I do. You get what I'm saying? Because he got cheated. If it was just a fair fight, I still would root for him because I root for all these dudes, right? I don't got nothing against them, but that's what makes me root even more. You get me? Like the fact that he got cheated in the reception, right? And the fact that people were openly cheering for Ryan the cheater and him for doing it the right way all over a lawsuit that had nothing to do with us in the first place. So you get me? So again, I like the fact that he got tired of Tio running his mouth. And I like the fact that he did tag Turki Alashikh and say, look, man, I'm tired of Tio and his racist remarks. You know what I mean? Let's make this fight happen. 147. Hey, look, I respect this 1,000,000%. 1,000,000%. Vondi Gaming was good with it. Yeah, it looked like Ryan ain't interested. That's what I'm saying. He did all that shit. Yeah. Ryan was set up. Right, Jay. He did all that trolling. Now he ain't talking crazy about no rematch. You don't hear him yet. He quiet. And he went in the car and cried. He literally, Rolly made that man cry in the car. You get what I'm saying? And shout out to Dev. If this is something that you're pursuing, I did hear that this is a possibility. Hey, look, this is how I look at this, bro. And this is why I respect him. Because if it ain't no fronting in this. He openly tagging them and letting them know, look, this is what it is. I'm tired of this dude running his mouth. Hey, man, what's up? 147 was good. Now, this is right after the performance that people say they hate. And this is after Tio having a damn good performance against Barboza where he dominated him. And that's Devin Haney's mentality right there. That's what I respect. I'm not going to go overboard and praise it because the fight ain't materialized. But that mentality right there is why I ain't the type of guy to boo this dude. You can't boo him. If that's what he on, he like, man, the hell with Ryan. Ryan and did what he did. He looked bad. People probably don't really even want to see it that much. Hey, man, I'll fight Tio at 147. You get what I'm saying? Tio already flirting with the ideal of going up to 147. I'm hearing that this could be a possibility that they could possibly make a deal. I just don't know what's going to come to fruition because it's boxing. You just never know. All things was good, bro. How you feeling? But this is what I like. This is what I like right here. I'm not going to lie. You know what I'm saying? Every fight was a snooze fest. Look, hey, man, you want to get back in good with the people, man. Hey, Devin to be the people's champ and a legit champ. You get what I'm saying? Hey, Jay, you get me? If he beat this guy. So I'm hearing this is a possibility. You know what I'm saying? We're going to speak about both, Jay, because, you know, it's a lot out there. So, but, you know, look. It ain't the other way around. And this dude been pressing Tio. He been pressing Tio. If it was up to him, they probably would have been fought. And that's one thing I like about Devin. And I'm telling you, he's still him. He's still the guy I think he is. And he can return the form if he could look even better than what he did against Ramirez and be defensively sound and sharp like that, sticking to the game plan, making it hard for his guy to hit him. He'd get Tio the fight that he don't want. He'd get Tio the kind of fight that he don't want. Yeah. Yeah, he might hit box him up, Opula. Hit box him up, you know. It ain't gonna be, you know, it ain't gonna be no beatdown, but hit box him up. But that's good enough, though. That's good enough. Go out there and do what you do. And that's what he always been. You get what I'm saying? Box a dude down. Like he put hands on Regis. I love that performance. Like the way he performed with the dude that was in front of him. Like he was putting hands on him. A1 Hoop Zone, what's good with it, bro? How you feeling? Dev stopping TL. I'm telling you, I think Dev could box him. I do. I've always believed that, and I still do. You know what I'm saying? I still believe in Devin Haney, man. Until somebody show me that, yeah, he ain't the same, and because of they was able to beat him, all right, cool. Then we'll revisit the conversation. But as it stands, hey, look, I'm looking at the fight the way I see fit. I really, in my heart of hearts, felt like Ramirez was a confidence builder. That's what that was. I got to shake back, get the cobwebs back, got to box, be smart. He going to slowly work. It's a slow grind. He going to slowly work himself back into the fold. You know what I mean? And that's what that fight was about. Now that he got it out the way, now he done built some confidence. Now he calling Tio out, and that's what I like. Call his ass out. Somebody need to put belt to his ass, man. Seriously. Creole the Traveler, my homie. What's good with it, bro? Quick, straight. Right, that might catch Tio chin like Campbell. I'm telling you, he got a laser of a straight right. He do, bro. He do, Tay. He got a laser of a straight right. He got a laser of a straight right. Damon, what's good, homie? You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, listen, it ain't impossible for him to beat that dude. I'm telling you, it ain't. He don't like the shit that Devin Haney can do well. That's what'll give him problems. Somebody boxing, sticking to a game plan, not falling to them traps. Now, yeah, it had to be more offensively sound that night to complete the task, but I think he can do it. I think he can do it. Shit, Ramirez ain't forced him to do shit respectfully. He ain't forced him to do nothing. He just got outboxed and he was cool with it. You get what I'm saying? Dad was like, all right, well, look, if you ain't going to force me to break a sweat or go out of first, second gear, then cool. I'm going to coast on your ass. Now I'm going to just beat you, box, and I ain't going to make no mistakes while I do it. Regardless of how scary you want to say, it's a clean fight. It's a clean-ass fight, man. And that dude did nothing different. Yeah, all the opportunities, getting right in front of him and just standing there not doing nothing, just getting outboxed time after time. So, man, I'm good. Devin Haney, build off this performance, bro. I hope that the information I heard, that y'all could be working out a deal behind the scenes and you and Tio could be fighting. I'm hearing that. But we're going to also talk about Eddie Hearn's side of things. But that's what I'm hearing. Look, shout out to Devin Haney. If that's who you gunning for right after the performance with Ramirez, that's standing on business. That's putting all that BS to the side. That's putting up or shutting up. Simple and plain. And if you don't win the fight, you don't win it. But you know what? I'm calling him out publicly. I'm tagging the right person. He doing all this talking. I'm tired of it. Let's fight. I love this, man. I love it. I hope they can make it. I really do. Because to me, I don't know, man. I feel like Boots just got bigger fish to fry than Tio. Shout out to Melon Clean Peace. That's how you feeling. But the pain in the blender, that's a fact, man. A1, he getting cooked. Shout out to my boxing, my barber. I'm confused. Is Tio fighting Boots or Devin? Which is it? Right. So, look, that's the thing. I've always heard from Boots in that he hasn't been too fond of this Teofimo fight. That's what I've heard. Right. But it's been Tio on the other end. Always he keep, yapping, Boots this, Boots that. So I'm hearing that the possibility is there also. But from what I understand and what Eddie keep putting out, it sounds like Boots is just not really too, hype about fighting this dude. He said he's not motivated to fight him or anything like that. So that tells me what? What's the likelihood of that happening if the fighter himself is not motivated? Do he take a fight that he's not motivated for and is all of a sudden now he's up for it? You get me? So just the feel of it doesn't feel like that's the one that's going to come to fruition. And I do feel like Tio is, I could be wrong, but I feel like he's using the fact that Boots is trying to be undisputed. That's a side quest. And there's one that, is it really, what good is it really going to do him? Yeah, it's a name to put on a resume, but it's outside of what you got going on, what you trying to do. So is that really what you want to do? Take a piss stop with Tio? Like, is the money worth it? That's what I start to ask myself. But hearing that Boost energy is like kind of like, I don't really care about that. You know what I mean? Like, then you hear Devin Haney is tagging Turki Alashikh. They already worked before. And then I'm hearing that they working on some deal possibly behind the scenes to make a fight. So if I had to pick, I would say the guy that is more interested in the fight got a better chance of it being made than the one that's not, right? In Boots. So we'll see, man. It's something that it's a lot to unpack, but it's just like I don't know which way they're gonna go first, right? But I can't imagine him getting in there with Boots. Yeah, I just can't. And we're gonna talk about Tim Bradley too, because he out here champion for that fight to happen, man. I think Boots gonna hurt him, man. I just don't see no advantages for real. And that I get it with the resume talk, but your resume can't climb in the ring and help you fight. You know what I'm saying? And he's gonna be an undersized guy in there with a fighter that could be at junior middleweight. Man, that shit gonna be bad. Shout out to my boxing mom. Appreciate the support as always. So yeah, man, we gonna see Kyle Cooler. Blessings, family. How you feeling, man? Tio don't deserve to be outboxed. He deserve to be eviscerated. Yeah, I know. Simplified was good with it. The thing is, it's like when you say that, it's like Boots fit the bill to give him the kind of whooping that I think people want to see put on him. Devin can embarrass him, potentially put another loss on his record for real. Humble him again, have him looking shaky ringside at the fight. After the fight, like Sandor Martin, Boots, I think Boots gonna hurt him. That's me personally. I get it; they're both athletic, and you know, all this different stuff. But man, I don't know, bro. I don't know, man. But let's get into it, because let's get into Eddie Hearn's you know, side of things, because this is what he's putting out.
Matchmaking. You know why? Because he's not a big name and he's a good fighter. And he's an underrated fighter.
My bad. That's the wrong one.
I think there's a very good chance he'll fight Teofimo Lopez next. And now it's like, do I stay at 47 or 54? What are my options? Can you get me another belt? And I'm like, well, right now, Brian Norman's on the missing list. He's disappearing to Japan for a fight. And Pacquiao's fighting Barrios. So, no is the answer. Okay, well, what have we got at 54? Then out of the blue, the Teofimo Lopez fight comes around. So, it may not be a massive motivator to Ennis because it's just a defense, but it is a big fight. And obviously the money's good, the profile's good. So I think my answer is if Jaron stays at 147, I think there's a very good chance he'll fight Teofimo Lopez next.
And you see, that's where the confusion is coming in at for the fans. Stressed Out Boxing, what's good with it, family? How you feeling? Shout out to D for the win. What's good with it, bro? And that's the confusion. That's what Eddie put out. And that's a recent clip. That's not nothing old. That's what he's saying. That's his most recent, one of his most recent statements on that situation. In regards, you hear him saying it's not really a motivator, telling you what, Boots lacks the motivation. He's asking him, hey, can we get any other champions? Brian Norman is off to Japan for a fight. Barrios is fighting Pacquiao. So, nope, you can't get a title. And then you hear him keep mentioning 54. 54. So you got to be careful, because now once people hear that, they're going to be like, I thought he said he was going to 54. So I just hate it. I hate it. It's like Boots is in a weird situation. Do you entertain a TO fight just in effort to stay active and keep it going and take advantage of the fight while the other two champions got a fight going on, right? Do you take that fight? Or do you ignore them and hear the BS duck talk and do something else? Do you fight Shock Round Gearsoft, right? If you Boots, that's my question. And that's the guy I would want to hear from, because we hearing from Eddie Hearn, right? You hearing from other people outside of Boots. And I just want to hear what he would like to do. You know what I mean? But Eddie Hearn saying it, like he mentioned 54. I don't know if y'all caught that in there. He like, oh, what's up with 54? And then he said this Teofimo fight come out of nowhere. So he's saying, in his mind, if he stay at 47 and Boots staying at 147, Eddie is saying the next fight for him is Teofimo possibly. But you got Teofimo being called out by Devin Haney, and I'm hearing that is being worked out behind the scenes. So I don't know which one gonna get the TO first. You know what I'm saying? But look, I could appreciate either fight. I respect Devin for even entertaining and wanting this fight after fighting Ramirez. And for you know, for Boots, I mean, I'm not mad at Boots. Whatever Boots do, I'm rocking with it. Dragon Assassin, what's good with it, bro? How you feeling? I'm rocking whatever Boots is doing, right? Because he's just in a weird space. The champions is off the table immediately for the next fight, so that's out. And again, got Gearsoft that took step aside money for the Stanionis fight. I still don't know how much of a factor he playing all this. Ain't nobody saying much about him, right? So that's what Eddie Hearn need to be speaking about as well. I think including that guy into the mix. So I don't know. I just don't see Boots being interested in Tio. Like, I don't know. You get me? I don't know if he's going to change his mind all of a sudden. And why would he? He's saying the money is good, but is it like how good? Like, right? Is it good enough to entertain it and say, you know what? All right. You know what I mean? Shout out to Behind Ass TV. Said freeze out TL. Let Top Ray and give him Willie the warehouse working for short money. I said, I'm telling you, bro. And shout out to Behind the Hands, because you make a good point. You came right in here with it. Look, that's a possibility as well, because what if you don't get Devin Haney and you don't get Boots? Who do you fight? Get me? I'm telling you, you're gonna fight another Steve Claggett type. I can see it right now. I can see it happening right now. I can see him fighting another Steve Claggett type, man. I don't know. So I don't see Boots entertaining this fight with this. I don't know. I don't know, but we're going to get into Tim Bradley, too, because Tim Bradley been pushing this heavy, man. He been pushing his Boots and Tio stuff. And he giving Tio a real chance at beating Boots. So we got to get to this, man. Team Slide was good with it. Yeah, Tio trying to get a payday. I ain't mad at him for trying to get a payday. Listen, if he's sincere about these call-outs, I just want to see something materialize, right? Look, if you really about all smoke, if Boots ain't entertaining you, then entertain that Devin Haney fight, you know? But let's listen to Tim Bradley, bro.
I like pissing y'all off. When y'all gonna learn, man? I watch this stuff religiously.
Keep in mind, he just admitted to liking to piss people off, so they just keep
every day. I watch this stuff. I watch boxing every day. I don't know how many of y'all watch boxing every day. Y'all become fans of all these dudes. Who name an elite fighter that Boots Ennis has fought and beat? I'll wait. Name an elite fighter that Boots has beaten. I see the talent. I see the ability. I see all of that y'all see. But name a guy. He don't have a guy on his resume. But you know who got a guys on their resume that were elite? Teofimo Lopez. You think I'm supporting this clown? I'm not supporting this clown. I'm trying to drop y'all some knowledge. It's not an easy fight for Boots. It's a difficult fight for both guys. However, Teofimo Lopez has more experience at the elite level. He's athletic. He's sure of himself. He rises to these types of occasions. He likes these type of fights. You think he picking on Boots because, he just want to fight at payday? Hell no. Yeah, he knows what he can do.
Yeah, okay.
And I see it too. What gives Boots problems? What gives him problems? Boots' feet get stuck in the mud a lot of times. He crosses his feet a lot. Drops his hands a lot. Perfect opportunities for a guy as quick as Teofimo Lopez that has an IQ just as well as Boots does, right? The same level or even higher. He's been in big fights. He always excels when all odds is against him.
And look, man, I get it. I ain't in for, like, I'm not big on disagreeing with people. I hear the case that Tim Bradley is making. But I guess to me, he's just selling the hell out of this fight because I hear you with he fought the elite level and fought this guy. And you talking about Loma? You talking about Loma, obviously, and Josh Taylor, maybe? What would happen if Lomachenko got in the ring with Jaron Ennis? What would have happened if Josh Taylor got in the ring with Jaron Ennis? Like right now, at any point, like what would happen to him? Like I think we all know what happened. So I get it that he's been in there with those guys. I get it. I knew that was the best argument you could make, that he fought at the elite level. He fought these experienced guys, and yeah, but it is not a crazy amount of them. It's like 2 names for real, and that's Josh Taylor, I would guess, and Lomachenko. But Boots Ennis will smash both of them. He'll demolish them dudes. You understand what I'm saying? He'll do them real bad. He'll do them dudes real bad. So the thing is, I think Boots would be just a much bigger guy, and it'll be the really good guy against the small good guy, right? The smaller good guy. And I think that'll be a problem for Teofimo. Yeah, he athletic, but Boots is every bit as athletic. That showboating that he like to do, Boots do that too, but it's more substance with his fight game. He really put hands on you. You get what I'm saying? Like imagine if Boots would have fought Arnold Barboza, y'all. Because remember, let's just put this in perspective. Imagine if Jaron Ennis and Arnold Barboza was in the ring together. Sis, in all seriousness, y'all, do Arnold Barboza make it out the fight? Do he really make it out the fight? That's all I'm saying. Like, I get the level of competition that you're talking about, but you take 5 of his best wins and you put any of them dudes in the ring with Boots, and he gonna punch him out the ring. None of them dudes probably see the final bell. None of them. You get what I'm trying to say? Smaller guys, yeah, they're very talented, true indeed. No argument there, Tim. I ain't even arguing that. I'm just making a case on the other side. Man, Boots is much bigger than them guys, more athletic, is every bit is just as athletic, fresher. Like man, he's stronger. Like it's gonna be different, man. It's gonna be different. He really put hands on you in there. Like I just don't see. Ain't got to be an easy fight. Look, Tio can fight. He ain't no sucker. He ain't no poop up. We just showed us that he beat Barbo's ass. Just beat him up. Just beat him up. And some argue he did more and possibly stopped him, but he just chose to box him and embarrass him. And that's what he did. But it's a different ball game in there with Boots. It's a totally different ball game in there with Boots. And I think if that fight was to ever be made, we'd figure that out. Yeah, I think Boots and Tio would be competitive and it could be entertaining for as long as it lasts. But I think ultimately, I think Boots will wear him down, break him down. I think he possibly stop him. If not, he gonna take some punishment in that fight, or he gonna have to fight a very different kind of fight. I'm telling you, like his power and that explosiveness went out the window with him once he moved from 135. He ain't been the KO guy at 140. We all know that. He got one KO there. That's Pedro Campa when he first got there. Outside of that, he ain't got no stoppages. He boxing guys. He got to be more of an outboxer. You telling me now he's not knocking out 140 guys, but he's going to go up to 147, and he's going to deal with a guy that could arguably be up at 54 or 60 if he wanted to be, right? It's a big welterweight. That's punching with both hands, power in both hands, very athletic, creative as hell with his offense. And that's the problem that Tio lacks. That's one of the reasons why he wasn't able to get Barboza out of there, in my opinion. Not as creative as what y'all may think. With it, he making it look flashy, showboating, but he's not as creative. He don't put it together the way Boots do. Boots put hands on you. Like Tio pick his shots, pick and poke, especially with him being more of an outboxer. You know what I mean? Maybe a couple 2-punch combination or something like that, but he don't put hands on you the way a Jaron Ennis gonna put hands on you. That shit is not gonna be nothing nice. You're gonna really make it bad for you. Shout out to High and Low. He said Teofimo Lopez, the champion. Say, look, that's a talented dude, no doubt. But I think he'll be outmatched. I don't see no real physical advantages. I don't think Boots has bad feet. You know what I mean? I think against Karen was able to exploit some things, but I think him and Tio is a different matchup. And if they'll be matching athleticism and wits and just I think Boots will overwhelm him at some point. I just think he's a small guy. You know what I mean? He's not that for 47 because he don't look that big at 40. And he came in there at this fight. Well, look, he came in at 146 on fight night. You get what I'm saying? On fight night for Barboza, they said that's small to me. You gonna come in there and get with Boots and be small as hell, man. Boots gonna do something bad to Tio, I think. Shout out to High and Low. Appreciate you.
And we ain't never got a box again. Well. I already been getting these bet, but now it's time for you to get your just do.
Terrell, what's good, homie? How you feeling? Feedback. Let's talk for another time. Jermaine got some raw deals for sure. He got some raw deals for sure. Visitors from another planet. What's good, fam? K. Causey, what it do, homie? How you feeling? Let's get back to this 10. Let's see.
When y'all gonna learn?
When y'all gonna learn?
Oh, wait. 4 months ago, 5 months ago, not this time the Boots fought, but before that, when he fought against Karen, what was everybody saying? Oh, Boots ain't ready yet. Boots ain't this, Boots ain't that. Boots get hit too.
When Tio fought Jermaine Ortiz, what was the hell what everybody else was saying? That's another story. What was Tio saying? What was Tio saying? You want to rewind some more? He fought Sandor Martin. What was he saying? Like, why are we rewinding to fights ago? He don't fight shit like Karen. I bet you Karen to give Tio a tough fight. I bet you he would. So if you're going to just highlight notice, that's the only example y'all got to hang on to with Boots. Boots ran into a guy that he just wasn't able to look good against. It is what it is. But he beat him both times, and both times they let you know that he's a better fighter than that dude. Yeah, of course, he got some things to work on. He ain't perfect, But we talking about a different matchup, man. Teo don't fight anything like Karen. Nothing. And Karen is actually a solid guy. He ain't the smallest guy. Teo gonna be undersized, I think, against Boots. And in my opinion, I think it'll be them going back and forth with their athleticism. But I think ultimately Boots just being a naturally bigger, stronger guy. And I think he throw more. I think he naturally throws more punches in the fight, right? The way he attacks he's a more two-handed attack kind of guy. And I just don't see Boots. I just don't see Teo really being able to constantly get cracked over and over by Boots. He gonna get hit. He was able to get hit by Steve Claggett, and we can go to that fight. You keep the thing is, people can point to 2 fights, the 2 Karen fights at best with Boots. Everything else been ass whoopings, like severe, like beat downs. He just made an undefeated world champion quit. But instead of us talking about, and again, what happened to the you only good as your last? Why are we rewinding to the Karen fight and not talking about how he looked the last time we seen him? Because you know why? He looked dominant. He beat the hell out of that. He beat the hell out of an undefeated Stanionis. Shout out to Terrell Lee. What's good with it? That's me in the building. What's good, fam? BJ, what's good with it? Tim is hell, ain't he? That's all I'm saying. And I rock with Tim, man. I ain't all right. I'm just he's stating the case for Teo, and I rock with it. But I'm just stating one for Boots. And I don't think I'm all base. I don't think I'm saying nothing crazy. I think it could be competitive. I don't think Teo it just get completely ran out the boxing ring. But I think over time, I think Boots wears him down and hurts him. You know what I mean? If he don't stop him, he going to take some punishment throughout a 12-round fight. Or you going to have to be on his good foot. Telling you, I don't see him being able to stand in there with Boots like that. Maybe I'm saying it wrong, or you thinking he's just going to be super athletic and be able to jump in and not. Nah, I don't. What the hell? Hell no. Boots going to style on that dude. He too small. That shit going to be bad. It's going to be, I think it'll get bad as the fight go on. That's what I'm telling you. Early, yeah, Teo fresh. He could be athletic and fast, but punch for punch, blow for blow. You know what I mean? Shout out to High and Low, man, and channel where boxing never ended. That's my guy. I appreciate this.
And we ain't never got to box again. Well,
right.
well. I already been getting these bets, but now it's time for you to get your just do.
Ghetto Fab was good with it. Teo versus Ortiz, Sandor Martin. Yeah, do I still got it? I even rewind Nakatani. You get what I'm saying? Jermaine Ortiz, like he got names, bro. He got several fights where he didn't perform to his standard. We only got one guy in 2 fights, and that's Karen. But both, let's not forget he won them. Now look, Teo won his fights too, but that Sandor Martin one was shaky. He got dropped, and I think he got a gift there. Jermaine Ortiz, very razor thin, borderline gift too. You get what I'm saying? You can tell by how he started talking after the fight. Oh, he ran. He ran all night. Nah, bro. That's what you would have to do against Boots. Tell me you gonna stand in there with Boots. Nah, bro. I don't see it. You undersized, man. He gonna be cracking you. Arnold Barboza is not a puncher. He landed a right hand in that fight. That if that's Boots on the other side, yo, that might be it. That might end the fight. I know I'm not tripping. Teo is a phenomenal fighter. Let me make sure I'm giving him his just due. He's phenomenal. And let me go as far as saying he might even be the most skilled guy that Boots been in the ring with. But at some point, that size disadvantage and not having those same physical advantages that you may have at 140, being way more athletic than guys, way faster, that's not going to exist with Boots. You're not going to be way faster. You're not going to be way more athletic. You're not going to be stronger. You're not going to be the bigger puncher. You're not. Boots is going to break you over time. I think so. He ain't no big one punch guy, but over time, bro, I don't see you standing up to that. Now, if you do, man, you getting all your credit. I don't mind being wrong, y'all, but I'm just giving y'all my honest opinion. I think Boots will hurt that kid. He's undersized. You not knocking and getting rid of guys at 140. You not going up there. Boots got a beard. Stanionis hit him with his best shot, and then Boots winked his eye and started beating his ass, and then doing and one mixtape moves while he was doing it. Nah, bro, you play too much. That shit will not last with Jaron Ennis. I'm telling you, you're not defensively sound enough to just avoid getting hit by him all night. This won't be that. Steve Claggett was able to hit you. Guys are able to hit you. Sandor Martin was able to hit you. None of these dudes are on Boots level. I don't give a damn what elite you think they are. You was getting touched up by a much smaller Lomachenko. Boots will punch respectfully, he'll punch Lomachenko out the ring. That's all I'm saying. Elite level, too small. So again, you're gonna get in there. Yeah, you've been in there beating some smaller, really good guys, but not one that's the size of Boots Ennis that's going to be able to absorb your shots. I don't see him hurting Boots at all. I don't see that. I don't even think that puncher's chance. No, that shit out. No. He'll have to get lucky. It'll have to be some shit where Boots just sleep or something and get. If there's no real scenario. And that dude is a dog, so he ain't falling asleep like that. Nah, but that man, I think Teo will be fighting for his career. I do. I could be wrong as hell, but I think it'll be interesting very early. I think as the rounds go and Boots get to touching him, I think that the writing to be on the wall. I don't know if he stands up to that dude. Bigger, just as fast, just as athletic, if not more. You not punching like him. Watch. Tim Bradley kept going. Shout out to my homie Big Dog Willie, man. Appreciate the support. He said Boots is bigger, faster, stronger than T.O. Dumbass. Tim Peanut Headed Bradley needs to stop this too. A little better. Stop. T.O. lost to Cambosis. Imagine what Boots would do to Cambosis, y'all. He'll punch him out the ring. He'll punch Cambosis out the ring, bro. WWE style. Tommy Hearns and Martin style. Punch him out the ring, bro. Nah, yo, that's all I'm saying. You lost to, man, hell no. You lost to I tried to let that live. I wasn't even gonna bring that up. I was just talking about the fights that you was able to win but didn't look good, just like the Karen fight. But nah, you actually imagine what a Cambosis at this boot. He could be boot size and everything. Imagine what he'd do to that. Oh my God, that'd be brutal. Punch him out the ring, y'all. When I say out the ring, I'm not even out the ring, bro. Out the ring somewhere. I'm telling you, that should be terrible. That'd be the worst thing that could ever happen to him. So look, if he really gonna pursue it, pursue it. I'm not against it at all, but I'm just giving y'all my assessment. I think Teal's a phenomenal fighter. I think 40 has been an interesting experiment for him. I think he's been more of an outboxer there. Where at first he started off being this guy that looked like he could really crack and get you out of there. 135, he was doing them dudes very dirty. 40 is a different story outside of Pedro Campa, and he had to put it on him. He got him out of there, like, I think 7th, 8th. But since then, it's been like boxings, and some of those been like down performances where he ain't come close to knocking the guy out. He just had a dead man walking in front of him, man, Arnold Barboza, and he didn't even get rid of the kid. So I just don't see him being able to keep Boots honest, and Boots is every bit as athletic as he is. I'm going to keep saying it, and fast, and he's more creative with his offense. He's more creative to me. Boots going to hurt that, in my opinion. I think T.O. will get everything he's looking for. I think that'll be the kind of beating people want to see him take, or the type of lesson. Because, listen, he don't get knocked out. He's going to have to be on his bike. You're going to have to fight a fight where people would say he kind of ran all night, because I just don't see him standing in there with Boots and trading any type of shots. He is fast. He good counter puncher and things. I think he can get shots in there. Boots get hit. But what are your shots going to do? Can you affect him at all to the level where he's honest? And I don't see that. He just did whatever. And I just watched what he did to a full-fledged welterweight in Stan Jonas. I watched what he did to a big full-fledged welterweight in Roman Villa. And look, I know it skillfully, but look how big the body was in front of him. He beat the fight out that dude, beat the fight out of Stan Jonas. So you're going to come up there and be undersized, and you're going to deal with that two-handed monster? I don't know how that works out well for you. Only so your athleticism has been one of the main reasons you've been able to win these fights at 140, and you've been better than guys outboxing them. But that shit goes by the wayside when you get in there with Boots. And I understand something about boxing. When guys get their physical advantages stripped away all on the night, and you used to being possibly faster, stronger, and all that shit, more witty, and you get in there and none of that is the case, and you dealing with a much bigger guy, and you telling me what you got to lean on is the fact that you beat Lomachenko, who didn't throw more than double-digit punches until like the 7th round. You telling me a Josh Taylor that damn near was a dead man walking, he looked cooked in front of you. You couldn't get rid of that guy, but you gonna keep Boots honest? Man, hell nah. No, sir. No, sir. I think he gets hurt, man. I do, pound for pound. My dog, what's good with it, bro? D-Man, what's good, Brody? How you feeling? Tim Bradley. Cool. JC said Tim Bradley's tripping. Look, I respect all opinions because he know his shit, right? He a Hall of Famer. He ain't one for a reason, but he just got a different take. All I do is I call it what he doing is speaking to the side. He's speaking life into Tio. He's speaking a case in a scenario where he feels like Tio can be successful. And I do understand some of the points that he's leaning on, but there are some of the things that in order to make this argument that he's making, he got to leave out, like the size disadvantage. Like people, and I think that should have really played a factor because you're talking about a dude whose power hasn't really been the neutralizer that it once was at 140. It's not that. So now you got to go up another weight class where a guy is naturally acclimated there. He healthy as hell. And you telling me about to go in there and deal with him? Why? Like Sandor Martin gets hurt against the Boots because they too small, like those guys that you fought. So although good challenges nonetheless, but just very small guys. Shout out to my baby girl, the Queen Miss Jusdueboxing in the building. How you feeling? Thomas, what's good with it, bro? Let's get back to this, man. Let's play this.
Y'all seen people coming on my channel talking about, oh, Tim, you tripping.
Facts,
Tim, you company man. You this. You think I give a damn about Teofimo Lopez?
Yo, Tim be hearing you too. Shout out to Tim. It's always love with me, man. I respect him because he had a very successful career. Love him and hate him. I ain't hate him as a fighter. He went in there and fought. And he just got a very interesting opinion. You know what I'm saying? It's not, what I'm saying ain't right versus what he's saying, right? It just is what it is. I just hope that people can understand where I'm coming from, right? He know more boxing than I ever know, right? Tim Bradley know his shit, but that's all he's doing. He's speaking life into Teofimo. I've heard other people make a case, but not to this level. But I've heard some people say that fight is a lot closer than people think. And some people really give Teofimo a chance because of some of the people on his resume. But if I'm not being like crazy when I say, like I've been saying, y'all, if you put those same guys in there with a Boots Ennis, what happens to them? You know what I'm saying? I don't think none of them see the final bell. So none of that resume, I think the resume will kind of go out the window. It's not going to just be able to make you be better than what you've been. And like I said, some of the guys that you struggled against are far less caliber fighter than a Jaron Ennis, if we being fair. You know what I mean? The biggest case that you possibly can make is, the lack of big name. But it's what you're seeing when he's out there. And the question I get to asking is, what is it that Boots can't do? What is it that Tio does better than Boots? That's the question. I want to hear somebody break that down, and I'm all ears. Somebody break it down for me. If you feel like Tio wins this fight, what is it that Tio does better than Boots? And that's what I'm saying. And I knew people was going to throw out the athleticism. Man, Boots get compared to Roy Jones, who we know was one of the most naturally freakish athletic guys in the sport. So he ain't lacking no damn athleticism. So that's not going to win you the fight there. You're going to need more substance. And I believe Boots is more substance than Tio.
I don't give a damn about Teofimo Lopez.
But
when I'm talking about boxing, I'm not looking at colors. Oh, Tim, you off cold, Tim. You off cold.
They told Tim he off cold.
Oh, Tim, you crazy to think that Crawford is gonna beat Canelo, Tim. You crazy?
Nah, don't mix the two. I'm with you there, Tim. I'm with you with the Crawford smoke. I'm with you. Crawford, we jacking that over here, man. Jusdueboxing is pushing that. Crawford about to do what they think he can do. He gonna beat Canelo. But Tio will have a chance because he can fight. He has fought at a high level. He is a quality fighter. He has just fought at the world level. Love him or hate him. But I think that up and down performance will come back to hurt him. I think being in front of somebody is physically imposing and is creative and is athletic and every bit as fast as Boots Ennis will give him all the trouble he can handle. Like, it's easy to say that, who does Boots fought? That's a Teofimo. All right, skillfully, Teofimo might have an edge over those guys, right? But is he more skillful than Boots? And I don't think that's the case. I don't feel like he does a lot better than him. Yeah, it might be some things if you break down the film, right? But overall, I just think he's a guy that's been like a beneficiary of being able to rely, like, at times solely on athleticism. to get him out of situations, and you've seen it because he's gotten weird instruction at times from his dad, and you see him just go out there and figure it out. Like, he's a guy that at times I feel like I'm not sure if he's following the game plan versus if he's just winning because he's just that damn athletic. And I've seen that from Tio. I know I'm not the only one in here that feel that way, where feel like at points he's over relied on, and you just feel like, because he's athletic, he could just get through these moments. And again, I think you need a real game plan to go in there and beat a guy like Boots, being undersized and not having all those physical advantages. And I don't know if you and your dad is going to outthink him and Bose. I don't know if you're going to stop that train from coming. I just don't see it, but let's get back to it.
Tim, oh my God, you only saying that because he black. You only saying that because of this or that or all that. Man, I hear it all. And now everybody, now Crawford gonna be the favorite. Oh, ain't that funny? I tell you guys all the time, I'm just early. That's it. I'm just early.
Reef was good with it.
I don't give a damn about either guy, Boots or what's the name, because they ain't paying me no money to talk or say anything that I'm saying. I'm saying it because I'm giving you my opinion. Don't make.
Yeah, and that, at the end of the day, y'all, respectfully, that's what I think he's really giving. Right. That's why I don't go too far with trying to criticize him, because I see it the other way. All he's doing is speaking to the other side. And I'm fond of doing that. Like, if I had to sit here and tell y'all ways that Boots could possibly lose, I'm pretty sure some of the things I'll say would be in line with what Tim is saying. But I think the likelihood of it going the way he's saying is not high for me. Right. I don't personally see that. Because again, just the way his fights have been won is like, look, his biggest wins, he was able to Loma, when throwing double-digit punches, the fight was totally different all the way up until like the 12th, right? Once he started from like the 7 through 11 was like Loma, right? When he was throwing double-digit punches, he gave up the 12th like he's known to do in some fights, right? So he was able to box him and beat him. Josh Taylor, same deal. Much more athletic, faster, more creative with the offense, right? Just fresher. He beat him. Same thing with Barboza. The Barboza win, if y'all look at Josh Taylor and Barboza win, is very similar to me, how he beat those guys, because both guys, you could make a case that you feel like he could have stopped him had he just pressed the issue. Those fights look very similar, but if you look at the advantages that he had over those guys, so all I'm saying, I'm not taking away from his biggest wins. I'm just looking at the advantages that he shared in each of those fights, his biggest wins on his resume. Certain advantages that he had in those fights, I don't think are present against Boots. And then if all you got to rely on is a resume in which if Boots was in there with them same guys, I think he hurts them bad. Like, you get me? So I don't know if you could go off of that. You're going to be going into his world. You know what I'm saying? That's 47. You ready for that? I ain't saying you not, but I think I don't know if you beat him. I think he far more substance than you are. I think he'll throw more punches than you. I think he'll be a lot more serious about hurting you, man. I'm telling you. So, look, go ahead and beat Dora the Explorer. You know what I'm saying? And go messing with Boots. Next for Boots versus Gisoff, Teal versus Jerry. Shout out to behind that. Steph, what's good with it, homie? It's not tweets, Elon. Turn Birdie into an X. Yeah, be well. Shout out to my guy, Steph. How you feeling, bro? Be cat. Ain't no way Boots losing. Teal, I just can't see it, bro. Can't see it. You get what I'm saying? I'm with you. Yeah, he get hit. Them eyes be swelled up. Boots is going to be able to hit you because he's fast. Got a good jab. Fast, quick punches. He's creative with the offense, right? Boots really, like, he get in his bag. He start beating your ass, man. You know what I'm saying? I mean, look, he could probably be up there, Mule. You get me? Hitman was good with it, bro. You get me? I can't argue, but that might be one of the reasons where, you know what I mean? He might be an issue. You know what I'm saying? But look, you're right. He's been an underdog before and won. Respect to it. But I think the dynamics, the physical dynamics changed the landscape of the fight. It's going to be a different challenge for him. And the same way I could acknowledge that T.O. might be the most skillful guy that Boots could have fought to date, he still his skill is not more superior to Boots, where like he's just gonna nullify the size advantage and you know, he's going to be able to rely on athleticism and quicks, and it's just that shit not going to be there. And I see the fight being much tougher for him to win, because now it's going to come down to if you can really affect this man. Can you keep him honest? Can you hurt him? Can you gain his respect? Because if you can't, you are in trouble. And we've seen how Boots treated guys that's naturally up there at the weight class that could arguably be fighting up. Stanionis ain't the smallest welterweight. You see how chiseled, you see how he look on the scale? That man, Stanionis ripped up, bro. So you get what I'm saying? Look how he beat him down. Like he's been in there with some solid guys and really hurt him. Like, I've seen Boots knock out people that's went up to higher weight classes where guys are established that and don't get knocked out. You get what I'm saying? That dude really, and it's not just power alone with Boots. It's the offense, the creativity with the offense. He really, the best way to describe it, that man puts hands on you. You get what I'm saying? That's somebody that is not going to be, that fighting him is not going to be a good night in the office for you. Even for Karen, y'all, in the first fight, where people felt like, he survived, he made Boots look like this. That man was very uncomfortable for that whole fight. Boots was cracking him, and he still said he felt Boots' power. Like he was on a good foot for a reason. You get what I'm saying? Like that dude. And if you're a more hittable guy, and Teo has to take chances to be able to win this fight, you're not gonna just be able to counter punch Boots to death. This ain't that. He gonna make you fight. And that's the thing. Can you fight with him? And what's the substance of the shots that you're going to be landing? Like, I think it's just different, man. Shout out to Z. It's different, man. So it might be easy to get in his chest. It ain't easy to beat him. And Teo don't fight like Karen. Teo don't fight like that, bro. He just don't. Boots more active again, so Boots is going to be sharper than anyone Teo's ever fought. I'm telling you, he going to have a lot more to deal with, bro. Boots. Make Teal dad throw in the towel. I think it get filthy for him. I really do, because again, I give Boots a lot of credit for the offense, man, and being creative with it and being able to mix it up and make it tough for his guy, bro. Hold on. Shout out to my homie pound for pound. Y'all hit that like button for me, man. We gonna keep building, man. We gonna keep building. So yeah, man. Again, just so I'm being fair, look, you know, there are some things that can give Teo opportunities to be able to navigate rounds and be able to make this fight competitive. Like I said, he's a hell of an athlete in his own right. He does have good experience. He has fought at the world level. You get what I'm saying? If you big on that resume conversation, then maybe you think because of who he's fought, maybe that might give him a leg up over Boots. But I think because of what he's up against physically and as an overall challenge, I think the resumes kind of just it don't weigh in as much, right? If he was fighting a guy that was at 140, you get what I'm saying? Then maybe you could talk about that. If he was fighting a guy different, a guy outside of Boots, maybe, possibly, then maybe we could say that, possibly. But nah, I just, you know, it's hard for me to see you just running through a guy because you beating him just because you beat Loma and Josh Taylor, respectfully, Richard Comey and Nakatanis, whoever you want. You got to think, keep in mind, we've seen you underperform against multiple fighters, different fighters. If you want to question Boots, maybe it's an argument that he underperformed just against Karen in the Karen fights. But everything else is pretty much dominant, ass whooping, belt to ass, knocking guys out. You get what I'm saying? So, and that was Boots, I guess, at his worst that we seen him at. We seen Teo at his worst. Kambosos was a guy that beat him. George Kambosos. So George Kambosos will never beat a fighter that's on the level that I think Boots is. They were the same exact size, same age, fresh and everything. The undefeated Kambosos, he would get smashed by Boots. So you get what I'm saying? Like, it's just some things. And this is just me making my case because I feel like Boots obviously wins this fight. So I don't know, man. I don't know if he'll take it. I don't know if Devin Haney going to get to it first. Like I said, I'm hearing this being worked out. We'll see. I mean, whoever get the fight, get the fight. I'm supporting it either way. look, I'm a fan of Devin Haney, and I appreciate his willingness to want to get in there with a guy like Teofimo, despite the kind of performance he had in his last fight. He still ain't backing down. He's still standing on business. He sound like he still want to be in the mix and fight, so I can't knock him. I definitely respect it. Hold on. But this guy really, Tim Bradley, man, Mr. Empire, what it do? So Tim Bradley said, thanks, Jar Jar Binks could be done. Hold on.
To talk and say anything that I'm saying it because I'm giving you my opinion. Don't mean I'm right. However, I study this.
Study this.
It's an expert opinion because I study this and I've done it before.
Respect,
so,
Timmy.
Y'all can miss me with all of that, man.
Yeah,
for real.
Resumes don't fight for you, Brody. Facts.
All that racist shit that Teofimo talking about, I don't give a damn about it. That's him. That's him. That's what he want to do. That's on him. I don't support that. But when we talk about matchups, I'm talking about boxing, baby. That's what I'm talking about. All that other stuff.
It's a cool matchup too. It's a cool matchup because they're very athletic, speedy guys. You know, it got to be an entertaining fight. But I just think that bigger guy is gonna pull it off.
I'm not talking about.
I don't see Boots losing to no small Teofimo, bro.
That's my time.
And if you come in
there
there
that's my
big,
damn
you're gonna
2
get hurt.
cents for you. So hey, it don't matter. Hate it or love it. That is a hell of a match. Boots could win the fight, no duh. Think I'm crazy? However, Teofimo Lopez is a tough son of a gun to deal with, especially when all odds is against that dude.
And I get it, man. Yeah, he when people count him out, he do shine. When you expect him to lose, he do win. But I think that the situation to be different with Boots. That's just me personally. Anything can happen in the boxing ring. This is why we see these fights. But like I said, just for me, I'm open to the conversation. If anybody feels like it's things that Teofimo does better than Boots that can get him to win, I'm cool. I'm cool with it. But for me, just looking at it, watching the fights, seeing some of their best moments, their worst moments, if you add all that up, you do some math, I think there's far more examples of Teofimo underperforming than Jaron Ennis. And then the thing is, when he's underperformed, it's been against subpar opposition. We can't just keep thinking because he's going in there with somebody that's better, oh, he's just automatically going to perform better. That's not always the case. Barboza, nothing close to what, Boots Ennis is going to providing that ring, is presenting the ring. It's not going to be nothing close. And you just been, like I said, you've been accustomed to being that more athletic guy. I can go in here and, beat out quick these dudes and beat them to the punch. And now I can showboat while I'm at it, because I've been having my way. You know what I mean? You got a guy in Josh Taylor like a dead man walking. It's like he couldn't even respond to what was happening. You was hitting him with uppercuts from 5-10 feet out. I'm like, I got to that point. I'm like, yeah, it's over for this dude. He cooked. That shit will never happen with Boots. So you do stuff like that. He's every bit of the athlete, the showman that you are, but it's more substance to the ass whooping that he gonna put on you. And you see it with the fights. We see what he doing to these guys that are bigger bodies, naturally bigger guys. I've seen what he do knocking these dudes out. And I don't see how you stand up to all of that just because you fought some smaller guys that was, top level. You know what I'm saying? Cambosis, I'm gonna always look at that. And again, you performing, the mistakes that you made in your career, we got more of a sample size and multiple fights with Boots. We just looking at Karen. That's one dude. We seen it. Like I said, Nakatani had you complaining, talking about never wanting to fight tall guys, but you beat him. You know what I'm saying? Sandro Martin, do I still got it? You get what I'm saying? Jermaine Ortiz, you said he ran. You get what I'm saying? So you got these guys, and, obviously Cambosis actually beat you. So it is what it is, man. Shout out to High and Low said, brothers in boxing, let's make the fight happen. Yeah, I'm with all these good fights, and I want to make sure I'm giving Teo some just due too. So he's a competitor, man, and he's been known to rise to the occasion. But I think the buck stops with Teo. I think with Boots, I think he's a different challenge.
And we ain't never got a box again. Well,
right.
well. I already been getting these bets, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
And I see people saying, Boots is avoiding Tio, why he ain't answering the smoke and why he ain't answering the call. I mean, it's easy to say that nonsense, but I think another question or a better one is why ain't Tio really trying to secure them titles at 140? Why ain't he trying to, you know what I'm saying? Is he done at 140 or is he really vested in 147? Because if he is, then go ahead and move up. You bad, go challenge Boots. You know what I'm saying? But if not, then Devin Haney knocking on your door on the other side. So what I like to see as a fight fan is either the two fights that's being mentioned be made. But what I would hate to see is with all the he end up not fighting either guy. Shout out to my brother Mike Kirkland. Joe, we talk about how good Boots is. I'm with you. But the talent he got, yeah, man, it's real, Mike. I think so. I think it's like I asked the question because it's anybody free to answer if you see it different. I don't see everything, right? But is it a lot that y'all feel like Boots can't do in a boxing ring? That's how I start looking at it. And then what's the level that he does most things at in the boxing ring? He got some flaws and some things that's why he worked, right? But overall, I think he's a complete package. I don't think it's a lot that he can do at a high level, right? There's not a lot of guys that can give him the kind of looks and present the kind of challenge that Karen did. And that's what people need to keep in mind. That was one guy that was able to do that. The rest of these fights, some shits don't even be remotely close. And then when it's been the guys of substance, the undefeated champion that he just beat, look how convincing it was. Shout out to my brother Mike Kirkland, man. Yeah, man. Boots is an absolute dog, man. Tim says stuff is shock value. I'm telling you, he be hitting y'all like he told you right from the rip. I say stuff to piss y'all off.
And we ain't never got a box again. Well. I already been getting these bet, but now it's time for you to get your just do.
That's a fact. And big shout out to my homie Pound for Pound Boxing Talk. What's good with it, homie? How you feeling?
Salute to you, my dude. Just do boxing. How you feeling, bro?
Man, I'm all good, man. No evidence. What's good with it? Shout out to the chat, Cast Sports. I see you, bro. How you feeling?
Man,
God, was good.
I was saying that Tio Devin, that's like a fight that a lot of boxing fans been wanting for a minute because of the whole Four Kings things. You know, we want to see these dudes fight. We want to see these dudes fight. But me, I really would rather see that Boots versus Tio, man. I'm sorry. I want to see. I would see both, of course. I would see both, but
nah, shit, you ain't gotta be sorry, man. Look, they throwing it out there. They teasing us with it. We like, hey, give it to us then.
He got to get that beat down. Like old boy said in your last live, like no disrespect, but I don't want to see him get outboxed. Like I need to see him get
I'm with that. I get you. I get it. Like after the mouth he got on him, people want to see that a real like ass whooping. They want to see somebody belt the ass on, man. They feel like Devin Haney, even if he feel like he beat him, it's something that feel like he ain't because of his last performance. I still feel like he can beat him, but I get it. With Boots, they feel like it's a more for sure bet. And he'll just it's one of them fights where I don't mind. You'll have to show me that I'm wrong. I'm convinced that you don't beat him. Like I just don't see too many scenarios, right? You have to fight a damn perfect fight damn near too. And I don't see that because you make mistakes against lesser guys. So nah, with the creativity of Boots, overall size, athleticism as well, being to match you with speed and wits.
And what happened with this Devin? Did he say something or did somebody pose that question? Is he surpassed Floyd?
Yeah. So
where does this madness come from?
So we're gonna get into some of that too. Matter of fact, we're gonna get into it. So look, overall, y'all, because I pretty much say what I can say about that. I mean, anybody feel free to chime in and tell me what y'all think, which fight y'all want to see more out of the two. I mean, look, I ain't against the Boots fight because he keep speaking his name the most. That's where I'm at. Like, you've been speaking his name to the point where it's like, all right, Boots, if you ain't got nothing else better to do, go ahead and beat Tio ass. That'll be for the culture. I'm telling you, and people will love that. They love Boots even more for that. So I'm cool. But moving on, man, to this Haney, has he surpassed Floyd? And the reason I asked this question is because his dad, he been posting on social media, and he had posted this. He said Floyd didn't, Sugar Ray didn't, Oscar didn't, Pacquiao, Canelo, Tank, Shakur didn't either. He said Devin at 26, 32-0, 7 world champs beat, 3 unified champs beat, undisputed at 135, 2 division world champion, chase greatness until greatness has to chase you. And I mean, the hashtag Riyadh season. Look, the man is very accomplished, no doubt. Can't take none of that stuff from him. If you're a boxing fan, you don't want to take none of his accomplishments from him. You want to highlight him as you see him fit and give him his credit for it, right? Very accomplished at just 26 years old. Shit, he was accomplished at 23. You know what I'm saying? And he just added to it since then. So I think anybody that's a real boxing supporter could rock with that. But I think where he start to lose people is like the strange comparisons. And here's where I get into the the question about him, did he surpass Floyd? And his father set the table for discussions like this because he had this back and forth. Shout out to the Boxing Voice. And I'm gonna play an interview from there. As a matter of fact, I should get into where Bill was on there. I'm gonna get into that too, but this is a short clip from it.
No, we don't got to talk about Floyd. There is no comparison. Devin's been undisputed in his division, in a division.
But yeah,
what division?
But yeah, you always making Floyd comparisons, man. You always bringing up Floyd. But I don't get it.
I brought up Floyd. I brought up Canelo.
You bring up Floyd every conversation. You bring up Floyd.
Just because nothing about you resembles Floyd, then you don't say Floyd's name. That's what you need to do.
Man, nothing about Dev resemble Floyd, and that's the problem. That's the problem. Y'all keep trying to compare Dev to Floyd, and this is why you take so much scrutiny. This is why you all take so much scrutiny because y'all keep trying to compare Dev to Floyd, and Dev ain't Floyd, man.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this, though. And Devin, at 26 years old, has fought 7 champions. How many did Floyd fight?
I don't know, Bill. How many did Floyd fight? 4. I don't have the answer for that.
4. No,
he said 4. So that was a short clip. That, and shout out to the Boxing Voice. That's when he went over there. And then listen, I get it. He's saying that 26, not his whole career, but I think you got to be very specific with people out there because they looking for a reason to say he talking bullshit or he capping, right? Or he comparing his son to Floyd and why? But when he say Floyd did, Sugar Ray did, and like you have built a name to with the Floyd comparisons. And look, I'll show you. This is Devin himself. Look, what is this right here? Like,
Pretty
there's
boy,
no denying that. There's nothing wrong with it because a lot of people looked up to Floyd, but this is what you said a while. This was years ago. Now I'm Pretty Boy Floyd reincarnated. Do the research, look at the similarities in style and career. And then so now for your father to come out and be like, oh, there's no comparison. It's like, I get it, bro. Listen, this man may keep kicking ass at a young age, but stacking him against Floyd because he grabbed the belts that Floyd didn't grab is not going to do it for the people. Because then they're going to, even though what you're saying might be pure facts, like how you say he fought 7 at the time of 26, and how many Floyd fought? Like, that's being super petty in a sense, because how many did Floyd fight at the end of his entire career? And he's like known to fight over 20 something, 23, 20 plus champions with Floyd. So like that you get me? Like I get it, it's a feat, but is it really? Because like the way they're perceived at that age is different too. Like Dev's the guy too, respectfully, but Floyd just, it's Floyd, man. And it's hard. Like you open up the can of worms when you start making a little like just smaller comparisons. I'm not bitching about it, but I know where people gonna go. Like, because like I said, I could acknowledge what he's saying. He could be speaking facts at the time of it, or at 26, because he was undisputed and 2 division champion. Ain't nothing wrong with that. A real boxing fan don't want to take that from him. Like, why would you? He done it. You can't take it from him. But there's been similarities in a career. Like you see it, right? He don't have to be Floyd per se, but you can see something. Like you can see some shit, right? You've heard it before. It's not crazy, you know what I'm saying? But I'm not tripping, man. Again, people kind of forget what Bill is doing, and he's always gonna promote. And even if it's the smallest of gain, he gonna highlight that. You get what I'm saying? If it's a small truth, he gonna tell it. Like if it's something little as him having 7 champions to his 4, he gonna let it be known. Look, and I think a lot of this is because how much credit gets taken from him on a daily, right? Like if you just listen to some of the biggest criticism of Devin, you would think he out here just losing and getting beat up. Like, nah, that ain't the case. But, you know, let the boxing world tell it. Like, all he had to do was get cheated by Ryan, and then people kind of turn their back. So, I don't know. I feel like Bill Haney is always fighting that fight for his son. And that's what he going to do. You can love it or hate it, but he going to fight that fight. He going to let you know every turn what makes my son great, where he passed this dude up at. Like, you get me? And I don't think he's trying to necessarily shit on Floyd, right? He's just trying to shine a light on his son. And he's trying to tell you, you know how great Floyd was. Well, look, at this age, this is where he at. And I get it. But again, I also understand the other side, and it opens the can of worms for, oh, well, Floyd never got dropped all these times. Now they start going, wait, you get me? They start, well, this didn't happen to Floyd, and Floyd this, and I get it, bro. But I root for the kids, so I don't care about it. Listen, Bill Haney, talk your shit. If I had a son in boxing who was undisputed and 2-time world champion at 26 and all that, I'd be talking my shit too. I'm pretty sure I would. So I ain't tripping off it. Just I understand where the criticism is gonna come, but for me, it's not that big a deal. You know what I mean? He gonna talk his shit. Man, is he supposed to? You know what I'm saying? Shed a light. You know what I'm saying? Look, Devin Haney, the new standard by age 26. Look, come on. That's all he doing. He's like a Pops wood, bro. That's all he doing. He like, listen, we here, bro. Ryan ain't slow shit down. We was quiet for a minute. I'm back. We talking. Y'all know I'm the mouthpiece. I done told y'all. I talk this shit. He go out there and handle business. Hey, man, it's worked for him thus far. I'm not mad at it. I be entertained by it, but I be tripping that people be so mad by Bill. I just like the fact that he give people the time. Like, he make time to speak to people, and he'll talk his shit to you. But if you coming on some, you know, just having a conversation, he'll talk like that too. But overall, what he's doing is not that big a deal, bro. I know the surpass Floyd stuff get people, but like, there's no comparison. Like, you get me? He just talking shit, man. He happy. He got a son that's kicking ass, standing on business, very accomplished. He's young, successful. He's in a position to do more of that. And just as a father, I just feel like that's where I level with him. He's just happy about that. And it's hard to tell him not to be. You get what I'm saying? I guess you tell him not to be happy. And people say, oh, you trying to live through your son? No, I don't think he doing that. He having fun on the journey with his son. That's how I see it. I don't think he messing his career up. I don't think he ruining shit. I just, you know what I mean? He's Bill. He gonna promote, bro. You know what I'm saying? Turn that camera on and microphone. And look, he gonna talk. Is this on? Testing. You know what I mean? It's the Devin Haney show. You know the first thing he say. He ain't shutting his mouth. He ain't over promoting nobody else. It's a Devin Haney show. Where he get on, you better be ready to hear about Devin Haney. He don't care what you think. You know what I mean? That's just what it is. So I respect that. At least he's consistent. He fight that fight willingly, and he be taking on all comers, try to answer questions best he could. He'll walk me down the block a little bit, you know, dance around the corner. But overall, I think he out there promote his son, and he happy that he doing his thing, yo. And he not shy to speak on it. Like, people feel like, oh, he talk to you, like, bro, I ain't talking enough. So Bill don't give a damn. Price Boy, what was doing? He said Devin will fight away from retirement. You think so? Shit, retirement, that's tough. I think shout out to Art, man, the great. Nah, you can't hate the stats. You shouldn't hate him though. You shouldn't hate him. Mayweather was in Olympics, started later than Devin. Yeah, they totally different. Boxing Truths was good with it. Rozilla was good with it. Yeah, but you know, for him, it's about the small gains, right? And he just a guy sitting back observing all this stuff. So whenever he sees small gain for his son, he gonna highlight it. Because think about it, people overanalyze how many left hooks he got hit with, and they'll almost forget the fact that it was a tainted win. So when like I said, for Bill, he like, yo, y'all spend so much time talking about what he not hating, booing, taking credit from him, that, you know what? I feel like his sole mission, I would love to just ask him the one question. His sole mission is to make sure that y'all know that this is what's great about him. Look what he did. This is what he did. And I know it could come off as like, oh, why you keep talking about it? But it's like, again, people spend an excessive amount of time speaking negative about the man that his dad is going to fight that good fight for him. I'm able to just understand it, bro. He gonna fight the good fight. And like I said, my son was in boxing. I be doing the same shit. Y'all not gonna shut me up either. If I started this shit talking, I'm gonna finish it talking. We gonna talk our shit, win, lose, or draw. And I can respect it. He ain't tuck his tail. They went quiet for a little bit, probably went back to the lab, made some corrections, and got back to it. And now Bill is full-fledged. He talking his shit, and I'm not tripping. You know, it's entertaining to me. He's a funny guy. Who's those 7 champions? I had the list, man, a while back with the list with all of the champions that they fought, man. But you know how they be doing it. People that won titles, whether it was current champion or not, I think that's what he's saying. CJ, what it do, homie? Then we on the channel with 2 subs. I'm telling you, rapping for the son. Hey, Damon, I'm telling you. Bill's defense floor shit on Dev. He taking shots at Floyd. You know, and I don't necessarily think it's taking the shots at Floyd, right? It's just like within a competitive sense. Cause he's like, ain't no comparison. And you know that ain't true, but he just talking his shit. He flexing his son's accomplishments. And he proud of it, bro. I ain't mad. I don't care. You know what I mean? I don't care. Like I said, I just know in a world where it's so easy to take away from everything these dudes do. Like I said, when it come to him and his kid, he be damned. Like, you know, you gonna know this, you gonna get this work. In other words, bro, everything you say Devin Haney ain't, I'm gonna show you what he is. That's what he on. You know what I'm saying? That's what he on. And I ain't tripping.
Yeah, I don't got a problem with him putting out these stats. If they true, salute to that, you know. But you guys, man, ain't no comparison with Devin Haney to Pretty Boy Floyd Money Mayweather Jr. at all. But I don't have a problem with him putting him out to promote his son. You know, if his son had he landed the most jabs in a fight and Sugar Ray Muhammad Ali never did it and he posed that, cool. If it's a fact, put it up, promote it. But you ask me, it ain't even like everybody know it ain't no comparison to Floyd Mayweather Jr. and Devin Haney.
Yeah, it's tough. That's a really tough comparison. That's all. It's gonna always be. But I guess he's just up for the challenge. And like I said, anywhere where he could see the win, he gonna highlight it. Like, look, well, at this point, this is the case, and you expect him to do that shit because he all in. One thing I can say, he's all in with letting you know what it is with his son. He all in with that. Ain't no wavering with Bill. It's just never gonna change. And that's why I say, like, it doesn't mean you agree with everything he say, but as a father, what else is he supposed to say? Especially if you're a big talker. You're gonna sell a lot of shit. You're gonna talk a lot of shit. But for the most part, his son has backed that shit up. For the most part. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, and that's all. And he, you know, after, you know, getting through this most recent win, now they got an opportunity to do this shit again. And already people treating it like they went out there and lost. So yeah, man, I think he's always got his defense up when it comes to him engaging with the public, and definitely when they talk about his son. He be on that shit. He don't be beat. Bill don't be beat. We be with the smoke. Like, all right, man, you gonna talk some shit? I'm gonna talk some shit.
And they said that fight's official now, right? The rematch.
Which one?
I saw a post with Devin and Ryan rematch, supposedly for, I think it was October or some shit I saw.
You said Devin and Ryan.
Yeah.
Oh, the rematch. I know for me, I ain't hear no update. It kind of seemed like it got quiet, and then from there, you just seen Dev tagging Turkey about this fight, and I heard some whispers about them possibly trying to work out a fight. You know what I mean, for him. So for them too. So I don't know which one is gonna come first, because like I said, Boots sound like he uninterested from what Eddie is saying, but
he's uninterested.
Yeah, he uninterested.
Oh man.
Yeah, Boots like, yeah, he not really motivated. Should he say like it's not really a motivator for him? Like, and he asking like, can he get any other champions? And he like, you know, Brian Norman to Japan and Barrios fighting Pacquiao. So nope. And then he like, oh, what's going on with 54? I had played a little clip with it, and it just sound like what it's always been. Every time I've heard like from Boots, and it's like, you know, it's there, but it's like, I ain't really. And then I know, you know, simple-minded people, they like, well, why he avoiding him? Why he won't just fight him, man? That's what make me want to just say, all right, Boots, man, go ahead and beat his ass, man. And then this stuff here, tagging Boots still. So they playing mind games on you. Don't listen to him and agree to the terms. Hashtag boxing. I'm a 2-time lineal champion. Beating me will make you a 3-time lineal and history status. Come get that easy work for you at Jaron Ennis. He tagging Boots. So look, I mean, he on it, but this is the thing. Yeah, Bill just be entertaining too. And I told y'all, shout out to Jay Hardcore. He ran into him in person, and that's one of the things he said. No cameras, no extra shit. Yo, I'm out here pushing, advocating for his son, and it's an entertainment value that has to come with it, right? I know with us, we big on hanging on to every little word, but I treat it like that, right? Like, long as you ain't just straight up there, sitting up there lying. Some of the things is gonna be just his opinion on it, right? But some of the things that he do repeat, they do be the facts, right? When he listed all the accomplishments and different things like that, you can't argue that stuff. But that don't mean everything he say we're gonna agree with, and that's okay. You know what I mean? Anybody that talks that much, you're gonna disagree with some shit. So it's all good. But I think his overall message is that, yo, I have a young, successful son in the sport of boxing, and I feel as though he's great. And I'm gonna let y'all know that every time I get a chance to speak on him. And like I said, I can't be mad at it. You can point out whenever he just being disingenuous or coloring outside the lines. That's cool. But I think overall, his message is consistent. Yo, my son is one of the best fighters in boxing, if not or the best. So that's all. They're all there with them fools, right? right. You know what I mean? They got to it. They say, all right, we're gonna kick in the door a different way. Then you get me? We're gonna kick the door in a different way, and that's what he's saying. Aiming to fight the 147-pound king is historic. 3-weight division, 3 lineal champion of the world at 28 years young. So he's actively, continuously calling for Boots over and over and over again. You can't say it enough. Everybody's posting, talking about it. Team Elite Fool was calling for Boots. If he'll get him or not remains to be seen, y'all. Like I said, I don't know, man. I just don't know no more. I don't know. Boxing is just full of surprises, and it changed by the day. And with Turki, he changed his mind like that. So 1 minute it could be Team Elite Fool and Devin, and next thing you know, our Team Elite Fool and Boots, and now it's Team Elite Fool and Devin or whoever else. So all I would like to see out of this, y'all, I mean, if I had to pick what I wanted, I'll say Boots. Just go ahead and give him what he's looking for, because he keep asking for it, right? And let's see how it look, because people really think that he got a real chance at winning. So cool, let's see it. But I ain't mad at either fight. I just hope, for the sake of boxing, that one of the 2 fights materialize. You know what I'm saying? We ain't get all the back and forth and nobody fight. None of the 3 end up in there with each other at the end. You know what I'm saying? So that's all. Ryan seemed like he on ice. Rolly just chilling. They ain't worried about what's next. And that's just that. Devin still pursuing smoke. Tio in the mix. He asking for smoke. So look, if he can't get Boots, it makes sense for them to fight. And they got history. And Devin should be an easy win, right? You talked all this shit about him. I mean, y'all trashed him for his win. Fight him. Y'all fought on the same card, right? Won't you fight him? So, you know what I'm saying? Y'all go jump in the ring. So that's what it is with me. It don't matter. Either guy. Preferably, like I said, Boots, because he might provide what we need as far as entertainment and ass whooping. But let's get to some of this, man. Y'all hit that like button. We're gonna play some of this, man, from Bill Haney, man, where he went over there on the boxing voice. I think he said the biggest name fight. What he say? Biggest name for Teofimo Lopez is Devin Haney, is what Bill says. That's what Bill feels. Let's hear some of this, man.
Can you hear me?
Tunnel Vision, what up? Haney versus Boots is next.
Good. What's up, brother? Shout out to the boxing. I can listen. I got my headphones on because I can hear you loud and clear. I'm 50 something.
It's always an option too. Opulent, you get me? Like, at the end of the day, I just feel like overall, like I seen the WBO come out and make a statement, right? So from there, I just want to see them be consistent with what they said. If he goes left again, if he covers outside the lines with the race stuff, then he should be stripped. There should be no ands, it buts, maybes, no nothing. You know what I mean? And let's see how he acts from here. It ain't gonna erase the shit that he done, but let's see if he kind of chill. And overall, it's boxing, so it's like he ain't gonna be completely outlawed out the sport and not be able to fight. So for me, the way I look at it is some way, somehow, he's gonna make some money, right? So, you know, why not do it against somebody that we feel like could really put belt to ass? And that's where I'm at with the Boots fight. But at the same time, shit, if you don't fight nobody but Willie the warehouse worker, like my guy behind the hand said, I ain't tripping for him because he put himself in that box instead of just being the talent that you are, which is a really good talent. Real substance, if you just allow your skills to speak for yourself, you'll be good. But we know he don't know no better. He a fool. So, I mean, sometimes I wonder, man, all these getting hit in the head and these dudes, the way they act sometimes. Shout out to everything. Boxing was good, bro. Omar was good, homie. So, yeah, it's just like I'm with you. Like, you freeze him. I get it. But it's like boxing. You know, it's almost like Ryan, because people were saying that about him, too, with the rants, right? But you know, because he sell tickets, it's room for him in boxing. Not so much what he doing, but it's almost like they'll be willing to turn a blind eye a bit, you know, because he can sell some tickets or be bigger fights for people. So that's kind of Tio is crazy because he don't really fit that bill, but because it's boxing, he'll still be able to exist and get opportunity. So if one of those opportunities lead to a humbling ass whooping and he gets some money, cool, get your money, but get humbled at the same time. I love it. But let's get into some of this, man. Let's hear what Trill Bill had to say.
I'm 50-something floors up in New York City, man, and we having a ball, man.
So you still in New York? Actually, yeah. I heard you moved to New York, man. That's crazy. You got me out here and then you left.
No, this is your home right here. This is the second home. We've grown, Ness. You've grown. You know, the Haney brand, the name has grown. I think that now people are playing it back. I think that you got a chance. Did you see what I just posted on my story?
Instagram. Let me check.
Instagram story. Just check within the last hour. Story.
Things, man. Do that thing, man, that keeps you up at night. That thing that bothers you, man, that makes you trip. You can't.
My bad, y'all.
Look at that right hand back up. Right hand back up.
Yo, I'm gonna be real. No disrespect to Dev. I was impressed with this. Lord, man. I ain't know Sean had it like that. That's crazy, man. He is a natural, bro. I watched this whole.
Did y'all see the video of Dev's little brother getting some work in? Did y'all get to see that? Big name fighters available for Boots to fight next. That's what I'm saying. His pickings is slim. Mr. Emprise pickings real slim for Boots. That's why his options is like. And notice, keep in mind, that 54 option keep getting thrown out there too. That's the only thing that make all of this kind of annoying, because you know what he really want. And it's like, how many times could you go over this? Like, how many times could you throw 54 in his face? Like, he one fight removed off of getting one fight closer to his goal, and you over here keep talking about 54. And the only reason I have a problem with that, because out of all the matchups that you done mixed and made at 47, you know what matchup you ain't saying nothing about, and we all probably know why. Conor Ben and Boots. So yeah, Boots move up out of 47 and Conor Ben talking about coming back down, then yeah, he could definitely win the title, because he ain't gonna get one off of Boots. That's not gonna happen. So that's the only thing. I don't want to make it seem like Eddie on some other, but when I keep hearing that 54 option, it just make me feel like you trying to, or you wouldn't have an issue. I don't want to say that you forcing them, but wouldn't have an issue with him going up to 54 and just letting them titles go, because now you could make Conor Ben a champion, and that's definitely a guy. I know that's something you want to do. You get what I'm saying? With Barrios fighting Pacquiao, he ain't gonna be able to get that fight right now. So if some titles happen to go vacant because Boots was to go up to 54, I guarantee you he'd make it his business to try to get Conor Ben in a title fight. That is something I almost know that for a fact, man.
Oh, sparring, bro. For this to be his second time sparring, that's crazy. I never was this calm, man. Is he gonna take it serious now?
Look at the feet. Look at the feet, though. Look at the feet. And he's going the same direction. And that's what you see in the gym training this way. I trained with him, but we were training in tennis. And he said, Pops, during this training camp for Ramirez, he said, Pops, I want to train. I want to box. You know, I want to fight. Obviously, you know what I'm saying, as a parent.
How'd that make you feel? Because I mean, obviously, you put in a lot of time in tennis. Is he completely pivoted?
Hold on, do I still got that? Y'all ain't see little young Dev, little Sean, what's his name? Sean Haney? Right? Hold on, let's get some work there.
There you go, hold your ground. That's it, right?
Did they say this was the second time? I'm doing the fool. It's so loud, I get this. Yeah, that's it. That means which all the kids. I like what he was doing. He looked very comfortable for the game.
Don't let him off the hook. Right back on. Overhand right off.
Woo! Bro. Look how he's shooting that right hand. He's shooting that right hand like you know what he's doing. I respect it. Bro. He been watching. You can see it. Okay, looking like a Haney out here. Nice with that right hand. Getting that jab. He was working. I respect it.
Oh my God, Cuzzo.
What was working on that?
Yep.
You stupid. Shout out to Devboxing. What's good with it, Dub? How you feeling, bro? So yeah, man, that's what they were just talking about in that interview with Son getting that working. I just like to see it, man. You just never know. Never know. He might have some natural talent, but he looked a little comfortable for that to be. I think they said only his second time in there. You like to see that kind of shit, man. You like to see him do his thing, you know. Do moving forward, they're dabbling in the craft, more power, throwing his fans. Yeah, if he tried it, that'd be crazy. Yeah, is that Sean? Is it Dub on time too? He on that. You were athlete. Hold on, I got the where is that? It's in here. Hold on.
Obviously, the left hook was a problem for you against Ryan Garcia.
I definitely
Fight back. Don't let him talk to you like that.
Shut up. God damn. You don't stop talking.
Cause I ain't this
delusional.
This man sues. We don't
delusional.
Sue.
I got my O. Do you?
I got my ring. You got your ring?
Okay, I had a ring.
You had.
And I gave it up.
Plural. Hide.
Plural. Hide.
You think you're smart or dumb?
I have.
You have an O.
I have a half.
Okay then.
An O?
Cambosis
Who cares about O's? Muhammad Ali had 5 losses. Sugar Ray Leonard had losses.
Cambosis you up.
Ryan Garcia has losses. This is his main event. Pow. Wow. You shouldn't be talking right now about beating asses, because the man's to my left.
I feel like I won the fight no matter what. You know, I think that was set up, you know, in case they lost. That's how I truly feel.
I'm still to this day, I'm skeptical. A man that got that was banned from another sport is helping you out.
What rubs me the wrong way is how his brother knew that.
Allah was just telling me he was going to test positive for his drug test.
How do you know?
How come he set it up?
How do you know?
He said he had a dream.
It was a dream.
Oh, so you was asleep?
Yeah.
How to catch someone in a lie. Number 1, inconsistencies. Look for contradictions within their story.
I was on the prayer mat today and it was a dream.
Oh, so you was asleep?
Yeah.
You know up, you know that, don't you?
I was on the prayer mat today and Allah was just telling me he was going to test positive for his drug test.
And
I dreamed of it that week.
Him getting tested.
I was like, me and my mom were like, what if he tests positive for drugs?
How do you know? Nobody wants to answer that question.
He didn't know. He didn't know.
The fact that when you guys aired it out, ESPN, you're with ESPN. Where?
I hope you guys get that rematch, you know, so you guys can settle whatever you guys got going on, you know?
So you don't think if you beat Ryan Garcia that you're going to have you don't want Devin Haney next? You'll fight him and just say, let them go.
I feel Devin deserves his rematch.
All right.
He's going to sleep and waking up thanks. Yeah, I know, man.
Yeah, that was funny, man. They did all that. They got the little bro at the end. They said, he said he was asleep. Then he said the prayer man. They said, how to catch somebody to lie. I said, God damn, man, the internet is cold. But nah, shout out to the youngin', man. He in there getting that work in, man. Look, I hope Devin get what he looking for. If the Ryan Garcia rematch ain't it, go ahead and scout Tio, man. If Boots ain't gonna do it.
Tom in tennis, is he completely picked?
Hold on. My bad.
He wants to do both.
My bad.
Well, no, he's as far as right now, he's pivoted to boxing, and like I said, and I totally support him.
That got to be Devin, I mean? Right? Like not Devin physically influenced him, but him watching his big brother be so great.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes,
that's crazy, man. I was so happy to see that. It was. I'm like, wow, I can't believe it. Honestly, I can't believe it. He looks like he's been sparring for years, man. That's wild.
I know, right?
I know how tough it is, man. That looks so. That looks real good.
Listen, John, come here. Hey, it's the hurt business.
Man,
you know what I mean?
Listen, I ain't mad at it. Little bro gonna get in there and try his hand, bro.
And if you don't have,
fool.
If you don't have,
hit that like button, man. Sub to the channel. Let's rock,
tougher.
man.
You know, in tennis, you can learn on the job, right? But with boxing, it's the hurt business. So, you know, I support him. I'm behind him, but of course, you know, we have work. We have a lot of work to do. That's one thing that we do. We have a lot of work to do.
So, you know, all these kids, you know, when they were, you know, all these men, when they were children, obviously we're discussing Boots and Teofimo. This is like an old sparring video of them. You know, I spoke to Bozy years ago where he said he built Boots into a welterweight, that in the amateurs he was fighting at 40. How realistic is it for Tio to get a win over Jaron Boots Ennis, in your opinion?
Man, shout out to Bozy and what he has done. And I knew that it would come out sooner than later in terms of what we knew that to be, that Bozy built Jaron Ennis for 147 pounds. He built him up to whereas with Devin, he went more strength and you know, those kind of that kind of direction. I went more with fast and agility, and I stayed at the lower weight to unify and ultimately become undisputed. Mm-hmm. But you know, we were all one division apart. Shakur, Devin, and Boots. Ultimately, knowing that they could all end up together, you know, in the ring at some point in time. They were the ones winning. You know, a lot of the times I think
Legacy.
Gary Antoine Russell, of course, he was in there as well. Teofimo. Teofimo, he didn't really win as much, but he won some. He was somebody that always showed up, and he did have his share of winning as well, but probably not as much. All those guys. Shushu was there. Richard Hitchinson was there. You know what I mean? So now you're getting a chance to see the second half of Devin Haney's career. As a young fighter, he stepped out there on faith and skill and was able to beat guys and to be in a ring with guys that, for all intent purposes, traditionally you wouldn't do. But right now, the ultimate grudge match between the Haneys and the Lopezes can't run. I know the media want to try to run Tio and his racist rants and all that, trying to run him away from Dev. But behind the scenes, you know what's happening. Devin, Teofimo, you were on the undercard of the fight. Well, not even say the undercard. You were part of one of the co-main events. We're all in the same weight division, in or around each other. You know what I'm saying? So that was the fight. It wasn't going to be, if it wasn't going to be Ryan, it was going to be Teofimo Lopez. And it looks like Ryan is somewhere getting himself together and gathering himself. So ultimately, Tio should not even want any other fight. He shouldn't be looking for any other fight other than Devin Haney. And I know they're quiet right now, and they say that what they will do, right? But it's not what they will do. It's what you want to do.
Mm-hmm.
The biggest name for Teofimo Lopez is
what's good, fam?
Devin Haney. The next biggest name
really?
For
you think the Devin fight is bigger than the Tio Boots fight?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
But I think that there's an element of fear for Tio by moving up. Right? The public is going to perceive it as almost a given knockout for Boots because Tio is moving up.
Mm-hmm.
No, you want, just like the WBC.
I agree with what Ness is saying. It is kind of looked at as like that, and I don't know if that would be the bigger fight per se, but I know it's some history with them too, and I know it'll be a good fight regardless. So for me, I really can't get caught up on what's a bigger fight. I just like great fights, good fights. So whichever one of them two is serious about fighting the other, that's what I want to see. Whoever's serious about the fight,
right? He moves the other direction. He keeps moving the goalposts as if the check is not coming from Turkey himself and the Saudi, the Salah and ring and everything. So money is not a problem, right? So now he acts like, you're looking for Boots. Man, knock it off. You know why you're looking for Boots. Because you're running from Devin Haney. So you think putting Boots' name out there, you think putting Crawford's name out there, you think that's going to deter. But I don't think so.
Now,
I think that's ultimately a grudge match that's going to happen. You know what I'm saying? And they won't be able to run from it. You know what I'm saying?
What is Alashikh saying though? Because Turkey, I played the audio. Turkey is the one that's saying he's in talks with Eddie to make the Boots Teofimo fight. So, I mean, Turkey has to offer Tio the Devin fight. What have you got? Have you been offered a Tio fight that you say you signed and y'all waiting for him to sign?
I always tell you, with Devin Haney, we go out and hunt. We're the hunters. We've always been.
I think so. OP, I think so, bro. It's right there.
We're hunting Ryan Garcia.
It's almost telling me I should.
We're hunting.
I think so.
Teofimo Lopez, Jaron Boots Ennis, and everybody else that's around. We're hunting. And we know with the fight with Ryan Garcia is a grudge match, and the fight with Teofimo Lopez and the Lopezes is an ultimate grudge match for us.
Hey, that's so funny. I've been loving AI. So I asked AI, what fight is bigger, Devin Haney versus Teofimo Lopez or Jaron Boots Ennis versus Teofimo Lopez? The verdict Haney versus Lopez is bigger for marketability. Haney established fan base.
Wow.
Their
Wow.
long-lasting
Wow.
standing rivalry and the Saudi-backed hype outweighed Ennis' rising star status.
Wow.
Haney Lopez could be a pay-per-view blockbuster, while Ennis Lopez is more niche. That's crazy.
Wow.
That's crazy. I don't know that I believe it right now, man, because
wow, y'all believe that? What's the bigger fight? Haney Lopez, Haney Lopez or Lopez Ennis? Hold on, bro.
Determining which fight is bigger involves considering several factors such as potential viewership, media attention, and the current standing and recognition of the fighters involved. Let's analyze each potential matchup. 1. Devin Haney versus Teofimo Lopez. Both have held world titles and have significant wins on their records. There's an existing storyline and some animosity between them, which can generate interest. Haney is undefeated, while Lopez has one loss but has secured impressive victories. This fight would pit two relatively young and well-regarded fighters against each other. Based on current news, there have been heated exchanges between Haney and Lopez, and while a fight hasn't been officially made, the possibility and interest are there. 2. Teofimo Lopez versus Jaron Ennis. Lopez is a former unified lightweight champion and current WBO super lightweight champion. Ennis is an undefeated, rising star in the welterweight division, holding the IBF and WBA titles. This would be an intriguing matchup of styles and a chance for both to test themselves against a highly regarded opponent. Recent reports indicate that negotiations for this fight are underway, with Lopez potentially moving up to welterweight. 3. Teofimo Lopez versus TFM, presumably Tevin Farmer. Tevin Farmer is a former IBF super featherweight champion. While Farmer is a respected fighter, a bout between Lopez and either Haney or Ennis would likely generate more widespread attention due to their current statuses and recent performances. Which is the bigger fight? At this moment, Devin Haney versus Teofimo Lopez and Teofimo Lopez versus Jaron Ennis appear to be the bigger fights compared to Teofimo Lopez versus Tevin Farmer. Haney versus Lopez has the established narrative and the clash of two current, high-profile fighters. Lopez versus Ennis presents a compelling matchup between a two-division champion in Lopez and a unified
that was interesting, y'all. That was interesting to say the least. That was definitely interesting. That was interesting, man. You never know. Haney versus Lopez is a bigger fight for right now, as today and in the future. It's crazy because that's answer. That's what it said definitively too. Haney and Lopez. Interesting though. Interesting. I ain't mad at it, but look, let's see one of them joints, man. I think I respect both fights. Haney's still top guy. You know what I mean?
I think the Haney-Teo fight is bigger because I think it'll give that same effect. Like I said, people been waiting to see them four kings, get it in. That's why I think the Tank and Ryan fight was so big. That's why I think the Ryan and Devin fight was big. I think if Teo and Devin fight, you'll see all of them interviews with everybody picking, especially because it's a lot closer than, we never know what could happen, but perceivably it's a lot closer than the Boots versus Teo. So a lot of people be like, oh, Devin, he's shaking up. He's shaking up by that. People be like, yo, Teo's inconsistent. But that's one of them fights where we've been waiting to see. So I think that'll be bigger. But personally, like I said, I need to see that ass open, bro. I need to see that ass open first. But I think that'll be a bigger. I think it'll definitely generate more conversation. I don't know if I just went out. I think it'll definitely generate more conversation and more interviews and things like that and stuff like that.
Right. I'm with you. Shout out to my guy Dub. He's saying the same thing. They ain't the four kings. I'm sorry. That's an insult to the real four kings. Yeah. I always thought that stuff be like that. Stuff like that be a bit premature. You know what I'm saying? And trying to just crown guys kings, man. But it is what it is. Yeah, man. I want to see either one. They do got some history, so I ain't surprised. You know what I'm saying? I ain't surprised by it at all. People want to see Haney lose, and they want to see Boots beat on Teofimo. A-Dub, I agree, bro, and that's crazy, but I agree. I think so. I think more people want to see him lose than see, you know, Teofimo get that ass whooping by, you know, by Boots, right? Because they really, it's like if block is hot around Dev, and that's why I say, man, it'd be interesting to see that fight. Because what if he win? The people that all them people that hated Tio, y'all better praise the hell out of Devin. He go in there and beat Tio. I swear I don't want to hear shit. I don't care if he beat him the same way he beat what's his name? Ramirez. Oh well. Know what I mean? He go out there and cook him or beat him, outbox him any type of way. I'm glad. Shout out to Legacy Remains. They gotta do better than that last fight. Yeah, he gotta build off that at Canelo, no doubt. Need more offense. Need to get back to more letting his hands go like he was doing.
What
He
fight
can't
you want to see more?
Oh man, and that's what I hope don't happen to him. I wasn't going. I ain't want to bring it up, but it's kind of like when Broner took the bad loss, get knocked down, took the punishment, jaw was all swollen. Or arguably, I heard it was broke with the Maidana fight, and then you see how he fought after that, right? It just never quite was that same exact fighter. I gotta make a short video. I'm gonna ask the question, pose the question: could he be the next? You know, is he running into AB kind of situation where, you know, he run the risk? And I know he run the risk. I'm not gonna say it's gonna happen for sure, but that's what he's trying. That's what he's fighting to avoid right now. The next being labeled the next AB is some shit like that. Having a lot of success real early, then running into a fight. You know, he was full of bravado. It's really something there, and I just hope that's not the case for him because he's only 26. Man, young as hell. So definitely gotta build off this last fight. I think he could do it, bro. It's just all about confidence and believing in the work that he's putting in. Somebody else beat that out there. I don't see that stock going up. Now, if he used to beat Tio, it would. If he beat Tio, it would. Even if it wasn't the most pleasing fight, they'd talk shit, but he beat him, it'd be good. I mean, not doing exactly what he did in the last fight for sure. You just don't want another one of those performances ever. And I think as long as he could avoid anything like some historic lows, I think he'll be fine, right? It's all about believing in himself and that confidence. And you've seen it in spots. Now you just want to see if he can put it together in a more complete fashion and win a fight doing it. So that's all. You know what I'm saying? You barking up the right tree. Shit, Tio, that's the way to get the people paying attention too. I mean, so I just want to see what Tio really want out of the two, though. You know what I'm saying? So we'll see. That fight next. I hear some shit about Tio, but I just don't. I doubt it. Because again, it seems I've heard more energy put into Tio, Timalifu, and Boots than Devin and Boots. I mean Devin and Teofimo. So although Devin is calling for it, and even with Bill, you heard him like I just in the interview. Damn, I play some more of this, y'all. Let me see. We're gonna play a little bit more of this. Shout out to my dog, man. Hey, man, appreciate you in the Cash App, always supporting the ground. Shout out to the homie. Shit, shout out to hey, man. Appreciate you, bro. So yeah, man. It don't sound like when he asked him like, so is y'all been offered to fight? In short answer, no. I don't think they've been offered to fight. I think it's something that he at least what he said, and this was 10 hours ago. So
Tio's coming off a good performance.
And he has don't go with your heart. Don't listen. Don't go with your heart.
There's a lane for him, as one of my callers just said it. I don't want to ruin their phrase, but I think they said
JV was good.
Damn, what they hate. The lineal destroyer or something. Like, he's got a lane. Like, this will be three's a charm. Like, these phrases are in life before we got it. So, like, if he beats 3 lineal champions, that's history. That's history. That's high stakes, too. And moving up to fight a bigger man that's naturally more gifted than you, physically bigger than you,
more
athletic than you.
More gifted, more athletic, bigger. That's what I'm saying. Like, with those things being a possibility, you feel like I don't see him. Even if you felt like he was more skillful than Boots, I don't feel like it's to a point where that separation will be enough. You get what I'm saying? Without those advantages being the case, like you're not gonna just, you don't fight that clean. You don't fight that clean of a fight. You make mistakes. You get hit. You get caught. You do, and you will with somebody that's just every bit as fast and athletic as you, possibly more. So
maybe Devin steps up and fights the winner of Canelo and Crawford, right? I mean, what the fuck does that have to do with stepping up and fighting a fight that ultimately, what did it say? The biggest fight is Haney and Lopez. That's what the biggest fight is. We can't, go back
Haney
on
Lopez.
that and say, well, our heart says that what? No, the biggest fight is Haney and Lopez.
Let's get it.
Get ready for huge
Let's
savings.
get it.
The
Haney
Memorial Day sale
Lopez.
is on.
Haney Lopez. Bill on it, man. He's back to his ways for voting.
I don't know, man. Boxing deals with momentum.
Yeah.
Is the momentum there for that, you think? Because they both was
You just
they
asked
both they
you
both
just
was
asked
on.
Chat. You just asked Chat. Do I think? I mean, Chat is scrolling through millions and millions. It's scrolling through the whole
Universe.
It's
That shit
yelling
going
at,
through. That shit searching the whole universe.
universe. You know what I mean? So it ain't but just what Bill is saying.
AI is funny, bro.
And
Yeah, that's DHP Bill
and
right
that's
there. Rare
kind of
form.
like what we're on, right? It's
Look, he like, look, man, Devin Haney and Lopez the biggest fight. What you talking about? Like, that's all he on, bro. He consistent, bro. He pushing Devin Haney. You can't expect, if the day he get up on a live and don't push Devin Haney, I'm gonna be surprised. That's when I'll be surprised. You get me?
What Turkey is saying is the biggest and the best fights happen that makes the most sense. And by Teofimo Lopez fighting, we both have just this next kind of common opponent denominator. We're on the same schedule.
All right,
there's no need to stop the momentum.
He's in talks. I get it. That's what y'all want. There's a rivalry. Obviously, AI realizes
That's a fact,
that's
man.
a bigger fight. It could be a pay-per-view. But
You're stupid.
Turkey's Turkey. He gonna do what he want to do.
Exactly. And he's talking. We're all talking.
Big Turk.
You don't go to Fatal Fury. You don't go to Fatal Fury in Saudi Arabia at the ring dinner, the ring, all the stuff. We were all there. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So now he's trying to run from it. Man, you came out there to Saudi Arabia and you know that the deal was on the table for you to fight Devin before that, and you ran. You know it's another deal on the table for you to fight, and you're running again.
Can we get another fight, though? Like, hypothetically, just because he's already in talks, allegedly, according to Turki Alashikh.
No, everyone is.
Would you guys take that Conor Ben fight? We see Shakur talking about Conor a lot. Conor did huge numbers. He came to America looking to see could he get a fight with Ryan. Ryan ended up losing.
No.
Does that interest?
No, it doesn't. That's not a next fight. That does not interest me. He just fought at 160 pounds, right? We just fought at 144. No. How about that? No. It's not a next fight. That does not.
He came to America looking to see could he get a fight with Ryan. Ryan ended up losing.
No.
Does that interest?
No, it doesn't. That's not a next fight. That does not interest me. He just fought at 160 pounds, right? We just fought at 144. No. How about that? No.
He said no. How about that? No. Now, the only thing I'll say to that, if y'all was there in here, those of y'all that was in the building for the when I played that video, Bill Haney did say what's up to Eddie Hearn. He congratulated Conor Ben. And he told him something along the lines like they could do some business. But he said, as in terms of a next fight, dude just fought at 160. No, like, you get me? So, but he did say, like, after him fighting that fight, he congratulated him and told him he fought a hell of a fight. And, people can't change their mind, though. So that's all. He just changed his mind a little bit. I mean, he like that dude was just up there. He seen the way he gave Chris Eubank hell, being a damn 47-pounder. He like, we ain't going that way. It's a wolf. I ain't feeling boxer fight. Oh yeah. Nah, I get it. I get it. He just a mouthpiece though, Creole. That's how I look at it. He just a vocal guy because that ain't in Dad's nature to talk nowhere near as much as his dad. And given where his dad comes from, I kind of get it. And it's kind of like, that's what got him paying attention, right? Bill talking mixed with what Devin's doing. So it's a weird, successful balance that it has to it.
You heard it from a boss.
So you want to stick to fighters that were champions?
I'm just saying, not right now. We have plenty of time. We have plenty of time to do that fight. He just fought Eubanks at 60. You know what I'm saying? He fought him at 60. I'm not interested.
And
I'll tell you when I am.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, see, he said, I'll tell you when I am. And I think that you can say what you want, but that got to be part of it. He just went up to 60. Like, man, he been up there playing with them big boys. Nah, we could be doing something else. Ain't nobody calling for that right now. But I do think it's way more history with Teofimo, and that'll make the more sense to me. And the fact that he's tagging Turki Alashikh asking for it, it'd be dope if they could make it happen.
Ryan fight, is that something? Because obviously Turki Alashikh, he said he spoke to Ryan.
You. I think that's what comes with it, though, Creole. I think that's just something that they accepted as a whole, right? He feel like whatever his dad talking, he go fight. You get me? Whatever happened. I think they just cool with it. That's why I respect it. But I 100%. It would be better to hear it more from the fighter. Make no mistake. But I kind of get it. He just is who he is, and his dad is the mouthpiece. All right, cool.
And he's going to give Ryan another fight to bring him back.
So
I guess they're going to give Ryan a tune-up, so he's off the table for now. So what's your eyes really on for your son, Devin?
The same guy that was on the build-up, the same guy, what they said was the winner.
Yeah.
The same one. He said he was going to fight the winner of it.
Facts.
Right? That's the guy.
Rolly? Oh, no. Rolly didn't say that.
No.
Who said he was going to fight the winner?
Tio.
Oh.
Yeah.
I don't know, Bill. It just seems like Tio has so many plans already. There was early talks of him signing that deal, and he was supposed to get Hitchens, and he was supposed to get Boots. There's really never been any rumors of him fighting Haney.
And that's because behind the scenes, what they're trying to do is run him away because he knows what it is. He knows what it is. The people know what it is. It's been like that, I done told them. I done told his dad, right? We done told the management team, right? We've actually been in a tournament together. It just is what it is.
So I need to get your thoughts on Antonio Tarver, and have you guys spoken? Everyone is feeling like he was overly critical, and obviously it was the return of Jim Lampley, and they were just kind of, What did you think of that playback?
The people have said it more so than anything about Tarver and Tarver's take on it. I don't really have any comment for him. He was doing his job, as I think more so a company man because he still has to get to Tarver. Why don't you talk about Canelo and what Canelo did the very next night? If we're going to bring highlight to CompuBox and numbers and all that other stuff. You see how when Devin doesn't have anything to do with it, you guys never talk about the pay-per-view, the numbers and all the stuff. The numbers don't make a difference. You see, how we, but when it's Devin and you want to paint the narrative, then you paint the narrative that fight was boring or that fight was this or that, right? But actually, if you play it back and you look at it, what I just showed you, it's a masterclass in lateral movement. It's a masterclass in patience. And I'm so happy that those that are narrative driven decided to go with the narrative, right? And the real ones that put together that masterclass and that plan get credit for it. And
Bill, I'm glad
knows who they are.
I'm glad you gave me an opportunity to talk to you, and you're bringing up that fight because I had told my audience I had to ask. I didn't understand what why was it? I mean, I think I understand, but I'm not a trainer. I'm just trying to learn here. This is not criticism.
Yes.
What was the, like, I guess, science behind not using the jab? Like, we know Devin to use the jab. Like, that's his.
Right.
That's
Right.
Devin. It's the Devin Haney jab.
But on that given night, right, on that given night under the lights, right, do you panic and do the only thing that you're good at? Or do you develop more tools in your arsenal? Do you trust on different, can you trust the game plan? That's what it is. Can you trust the game plan? And the entire game plan for me centered around showing that
master
we
class,
if we don't want to be hit with anything, we don't have to be hit. We know that when the game plan, they says, oh, it was a terrible game plan. You got hit with 3 left hooks and you got knocked down 5 or 6 times. So when my game plan was to not get hit with anything, then we're boring. I'm saying,
and that's where I level with him, right? Yeah, he could have pulled the trigger a lot more in spots. We seen it. We know what we seen, but I think overall that was a big focal point too. Not repeating them same mistakes. Now, did they exactly want it to look like what it did? Probably not. Did they envision it looking like it did? Probably not. But I think you go walk out of there with something to build off, right? And it's not a loss and an embarrassing defeat again, right? So that's back to the drawing board, refine your craft, and just get back to it, bro. That's the only thing you could do.
and but that doesn't mean the next fight is going to be the same game plan. I knew that with a super talented corner that they have in Robert Garcia, they also have Oscar De La Hoya's brilliant boxing mind over there, and Bernard Hopkins, and so internally they have a all-star team and a wealth of knowledge that I knew that the study on Devin would be precise. So the jab, which you guys traditionally, everything that you guys see in there, they were prepared for. Robert Garcia said he was not prepared for that, what Devin done. And that's part of using all and every inch of the ring, the squared circle, and that's the science, right? And winning is the name of the game.
It was terrible.
Nah, for sure. For sure.
You know what
I mean? Respect to the Haney's, Bill. See, like, he tried to hear him out, but look, Bill's just trying to get the best answer possible. But I respect he refused to buy into that this was a boring fight. He like, nah, this is a master class. But look, other people said it, bro. Other people said it. I told you, Sugar Shane Mosley said he gave him signs of Sugar Ray Leonard vibes. You know what I'm saying? Derek Chisora said it was a master class. Edgar Berlanga said he boxed smart. You know what I'm saying? Some people that really feel the other way. They like, nah, it wasn't boring. That was smart boxing. Somebody said, Derek Chisora said, boxing like that, Tank won't beat him. These other guys came, that's what he said. Like, it's some people that really, like, they feel good about what they seen. That's what they said. Watch, I go pull it up after I'm done with this. Derek Chisora went to bat for Devo. Watch, I like that.
It adds another dimension. But it adds another dimension.
Big Supreme, what it do, man?
They say, well,
he said the best.
Devin will beat you. He can go forward with the jab. He can out jab you to death. He can do all that, right? He has a great right hand, right? He has.
What you talking about? Hey, don't be hating because world class Edgar Berlanga and the great Sugar Shane Mosley say giving them Sugar Ray Leonard vibes. You know you agree. You know what I'm saying?
You just saw the hook, and you see him holding his hands up, right? And you also see the ability that he has the great legs. He has great feet. So you say, well, someone that beats him is gonna have to have great feet as well. They're gonna have to be able to close that door. These are layers of the game that, obviously I didn't want to, when you have the warehouse of tools that Devin has, right? It's the long range game. So I didn't necessarily want to show certain dimensions until we came into certain fights. But being that the people had put so much pressure and talked about not getting hit, well, I wanted to put on a master class and show them this is what a master class looks like of defense. And they says, well, no, we want defense and we want offense, we want excitement. Well, That is exciting when you have all the drama in the world and you have a fighter that's 26 to go and stick to the game plan and to say, okay, Pops, first round, second round. I said, no. If they said you did it 1 round or 2 rounds and you switch up, they'd say it was luck. They'd say it was Ramirez. I said, but when you do it 12 rounds in a humid New York on a Friday night in front of everybody, they'll be critical of you, the ones that don't know what they're seeing. But the guys in the industry are going to fear you even more because that's something that's extremely hard to do and very rare.
Yeah, you heard him? Like, look, that's what he doing. He going to bat. Yo, he refused to hear any of the negative stuff. He ain't trying to hear it. Yeah, but I it's tough, man, because he's scratching, man. He's searching for the right answers. And at the end of the day, look, I get it. I don't think it would make sense for him to come out and publicly be on record and trash his son's performance. I don't think that would make sense. It wouldn't be Bill Haney if that's something he was doing. The conversations that they have behind closed doors, I think, are the ones that matter the most. The things that you say out in public are going to make people perceive you a certain way and be critical. But I think ultimately the heart-to-heart, the one-on-ones, the conversations they have as a team, as a collective, are the ones that's going to be the most meaningful and impactful in his career. So hopefully, like, when it's all said and done, they're not just telling him, that's it. That's how you do it. But like I said, I think what he's focusing on, if I'm not mistaken, Bill, is just the positives. He's not listening to none of the negative stuff. He's like, nah, we just looking over this side. We did this. We didn't get hit with the left hook. We didn't want to show this. But I think some of that is him saving face, honestly. Respect to him, and I see him. He going to bat heavy. He in the paint. He was on the ropes with that one. That was a long-winded answer, but ultimately, he knows that moving forward, he got to show more than that. He's not going to say it as direct as you might like him to say it, but like when he said, yo, that don't mean we're going to show the same game plan every night. That's just telling you he know he can't go out there every night and do that and everything be all right. But at the same token, he's focusing on the positives instead of the negatives. Yo, we came out there, we didn't get hit with the left hook. We showed that if we really didn't want to get hit, we didn't have to. Like, you get me? He's telling y'all what's positive about it, right? And you can't fully say he lying, but it's some things that he not shedding the light completely on, if you're being fair. So that's all. Yeah, some positives, but there's some criticisms as well, and I think they're fair, constructive criticisms. Like Ness said, he wasn't even trying to be critical. He's just trying to understand. And I respect that train of thought because that's how I am. Instead of getting Bill on the show to talk to him like, I know what y'all was doing, let me just ask him and let him give an answer and let the public decide if they rocking with that. So when I asked him, like, what was the science behind not using the jab? Like, he's known for having one of the better jabs in boxing. Like, that's what we know him for, the Devin Haney jab. That's what he was saying. So you let Bill answer that, and it's not an answer that most people could rock with, right? They feel like he didn't do it because he wasn't settled. He wasn't comfortable. He was fighting a little timid, a little scary, or whatever the case may be. I just thought he was fighting a little unsettled, and you could tell he was trying to work himself back into the fight, into the boxing ring, right? Into live action. And the fight played out the way it did because it just took him a while to really, really try to get comfortable, bro. You get what I'm saying? And it was hard for him to do that. You know what I mean? Hopefully he can build off it on the next fight and look a little bit better. You know what I'm saying? Let me pay Ro. He said, say, was that? Yeah, I watch. I'm going to play it. Shout out to Ro, man. Nah, we rocking with that, man. You got to listen to the whole stream, bro. Like, not just if we laugh. You got to listen to the credit that he gets. Undoubtedly, at least from me. I can't speak for nobody else. No evidence. What's good with it? But yeah, Randall, what's good with it? I think it's not speaking on the full story. You know what I'm saying? Of what happened. You're highlighting the positives and you putting some extra on it, right? That could be damaging if those conversations extend past the public, right? Because I do feel like there's a part of him in public that he feels like that's his job to hold him in that light and not try to, like, it's so much criticism coming from everybody else. He don't got to be the one to publicly do it. But I feel like as long as he being real with him behind the scenes, not to say he is or he ain't, I feel like that he'll be all right. But you got to know that there's more to him that he showed us in the past and why people are criticizing. They're not just like trashing him, like, right? Some people are really being critical constructively, right? And it's not about trying to tear him down. So the best way I describe the performance and why I don't shit on it, because he won damn near every single round. So yeah, you could say it wasn't the most aesthetically pleasing, it wasn't the most offensively entertaining. Yeah, he left some meat on the bone in several of the rounds, but overall it's still more positives than negatives. But there are some things that are left, you know, he left some things to our imagination that we hope in the next fight he could at least show that he's checked those boxes respectfully, because if not, it's going to be really difficult moving forward, and especially operating at the top level. Like, again, fighting that way, you would need more of your offense against Teofimo. That wouldn't be your best bet to go into a fight with Teo that way. You get what I'm saying? So, again, like he said, I like the fact that he said that, look, we ain't going to bring same game plan every time. And he got to say that, you know what I'm saying? Look, this was we brought the necessary tools out of the warehouse for this particular job that night, and we got it done. Now, with Teofimo Lopez, we know that he's a much better fighter than a damn Jose Ramirez. So what does that tell us? We're going to have to bring a different game plan, a better game plan, a more consistent game plan, more offense. You get what I'm saying? Like, I'm so anxious to see his next fight, believe it or not, because I want to see if he's able to build off the last performance, or is he kind of stuck in that no man's land that AB was in after his big setback with Maidana. And they suffered, both of them, similar punishment. It was reports that both of their jaws was broke, even though I heard Devin Haney jaw really wasn't broke, but it was some swelling definitely for sure. So, same thing with AB, jaw swollen with the Maidana thing. And you just want to make sure that's not where he's at. And I feel like one fight ain't going to really answer that question. Let's see again. You know what I mean? I think two, it's going to be very telling, because if you go out there and again, it's the same exact thing, then it's like, all right, bro, now you start to ask the question, is it a mental block and can you get over that? Or is that always going to be in the back of your mind that, like how they call it, the PTSD from getting hit with, getting dropped and stuff. And I don't want to believe that that's the case, because I really want to see him bounce back to form. Because like I said, man, if he's at 147 at the top of his game, it makes things interesting, man. And I want to see what he's able to do up there. You know what I'm saying? But let's play a little bit more of this. Hit that like button, man. Sub to the channel. Support the grind. We're going to keep building.
So Tarver, one of the quotes was he's too worried about getting hit. Did you feel that it seemed that way aesthetically to the viewers?
Pressure was on. Well, the pressure was on from him not to get hit from his corner, from me. That's where that was, and that's where that anxiousness to move and double step around comes from his corner, and me saying, okay, no, this is what we're going to do, and this is what we're going to deliver, no matter what they say. It's part of the Queensberry rules, right? Winning is winning, and you can win like that. But I'm saying is they were overcritical about whether or not Devin could. And I'm saying that goes back to Mason Menard. We pitched that performance on Mason Menard.
Right. So it sounds like he's taking accountability for the game plan. Sound like he's telling the reason he was doing that moving and the extra stepping is because that was coming from his corner and putting the pressure on him not to be hit. So, I mean, it is what it is. Like I say, why I try not to overanalyze what people say, and I just try to take it as what they're saying, because the time will tell if what he's saying is true or not. Like, yeah, we can form an opinion right now and say, he's talking bullshit. But you know why I don't like to do it? Because I like to be fair. So I'll just sit here and wait and allow time to dictate that. Now you come out and that's the same as that game plan. Now I got to revisit some of these comments you made and things that you were saying in terms of breaking down the fight and why y'all executed the way you did. And I got to say, you probably was selling us one. You get what I'm saying? But I'm going to wait. I always allow time to do the heavy lifting. I ain't got to be on record for overanalyzing what he say, right? I could just let him say what he's saying. I could accept it as information, and I could pay attention to the next fight, because there's no way what this conversation does right here, whether you like it or not, it kind of sets the table for him not to be able to come out here and perform this way again. He can't do it again. Yeah, he definitely cheated Big Supreme, in my opinion. When Floyd ain't let him use the gloves and he said them the same ones we used for Broner, It's enough said right there for me. J Boxing would do. So that's how I see it. You get what I'm saying? We got to see just what he's able to do from from the fight to the conversations after the fight to the next build up to the next performance, and see if anything changes. If not, then it's hard to say that what you were saying was genuine. You was just saving face. And again, you was being a father more so than that, keeping it a buck with him. So it is what it is.
Use our legs. You slowly but surely was talking to us. And oh, we want this, we want that. When we gave him that performance nest, right there, you know what I mean? Right there, rock 'em, sock 'em with Ryan Garcia, they didn't call him a warrior. They called him Cheney. They called him all the things that, you know what I mean? I said, okay, well, this next time I'm going to show you. If we don't want to get hit, man, we're not getting hit with shit.
Look, I said that. I said it. Man, where was y'all? I said this shit. It's the first time I'm listening to this with y'all. I said this. I said it. I really felt like that was one of the things. Like, bro, we just was getting touched up in this last fight. We just gave y'all that kind of fight. Look, and now look, I think the goal definitely was not to get hit with shit, but I don't think it was intended for it to be a lack of offense that way. I don't think that was the plan. It just played out that way. And maybe there's a possibility, I'm just considering it. There's a possibility that you put too much emphasis on not getting hit and not enough on offense and establishing yourself offensively in the fight, right? Where you did just predominantly moving and being clean and not being hit. You get me? He definitely is. He definitely a warrior, bro. Don't let the lawsuit don't change the fact that he kept getting up from them Osterine induced left hooks. You get what I'm saying? He's definitely a warrior, bro. Don't let the two confuse you. He definitely won. He's definitely a warrior, bro. Now, could they have handled that situation differently? Absolutely, but that don't take away from what he went through in the ring, bro. That's a dog, bro. And in the fact that he was cheating at the end of the day, that dude kept getting up, getting his shit rung, and kept fighting, and then won multiple rounds in the fight. Nah, he's definitely a warrior, bro. Definitely. So I'm rooting for this dude, man. And they was calling him shit. Cheney, you stupid. See, fought the wrong fight. You went in there fighting the wrong fight. Then he went in there and fought a fight that's more beneficial to his success, and people all over it. Well, you're going to have to deal with it, because this is me working myself back to where I was at. And people just going to have to respect it. Because, again, it would have been a whole different conversation. I went out there and got smashed by Ramirez. You get me? Nah, his chin held up. If his chin ain't held up, he would have got knocked out. His chin held up. His chin definitely held up. You looking at it wrong. Shout out to Rain and Peace Queen. What you need to be saying is, even with that Osterine, Ryan Garcia wasn't able to knock him out. See, you looking at it the other way. You get what I'm saying? Even with a little boost, I don't care how little or how much or how little, still was there. He didn't even get the knockout. That dude kept getting up. That's a warrior. That's a dog. Ryan cheated intentionally, and it's time for people to treat it like such. Let's not overly criticize the guy that bounced back from that. Well, that's what he did since then. He's won in a fight that was lackluster offensively. So what? But he got the job done. Didn't take punishment. Damn near won every single round, pretty much. And Ryan went out there and did what? The guy you advocating for that did all this and that to him? Yeah, Ryan went out there and got dropped by Roley and got neutralized for 12 rounds. Didn't do nothing. So what we talking about? Now, who really ruined? Who really looked ruined? Who really ruined? You know what I'm saying? Ryan went out there and did less and lost and got dropped. And he got hit with a double left hook. Look at the irony in that. Talk about karma. The double left hook for that goofy. Good for him, man. We got to remember, Devin ain't the guy that cheated. Disregard that lawsuit. It's time to put that shit to bed. That's garbage. That's nonsense. He didn't cheat. In the boxing ring, he did the shit the right way. This bogus ass Ryan Garcia, now he's somewhere quiet as hell and don't want to talk. You know what I'm saying? Don't want to talk because he went and cried in the car because he let Roley beat him up. Nah. Man.
From nobody.
Y'all got all this energy for Devin about how he did this and he's a coward. Ryan cheated like a fucking coward. Say that. Oh, he ran. He won like he needed to. He needed that win. That was for the Haney brand. That was for his career. He needed that win. Ryan cheated like a coward. Let's never forget that. I don't want to hear no conspiracy with no snack bullshit. That man ain't never popped dirty for nothing. And we ain't doing that over here. Let them other people do. Whoever want to do that, let them do that. It's all this fake snack, paranoia. I'm not with it. We're not doing this. We're not putting jackets on fighters over here. If you ain't test positive, you could be suspicious of snack. I have no issue, no argument there, no problem at all with nobody. But what are we not doing? We're not putting, oh, snack is PD. No, we're not doing that. Nah, PEDs is what Ryan had in his system, bro. And y'all sit here and y'all champion this goofy ass dude. This is the problem. People don't hold cheating ass people like that accountable because we out here trying to justify how little of an amount he had in his system. It don't matter. It wasn't supposed to be in there. Because I make no goddamn mistake about it. If Devin Haney would have had any traces of anything illegal in his system, we'd be throwing him way under the bus. Think about it. He got cheated and did it the right way and getting thrown under the bus. Let alone had he had some Ostarine in his system, yeah, they'd be tossing him way under the bus. Way under. We're not doing that. Nah, you gonna have that energy, have that shit for the cheater, bro. I ain't trying to hear no snack cheating. Prove to me that snack is cheating. That go for anybody that's pushing that. When people come to this channel, I want people to make shit make sense. We don't just say shit in the chat just to say it. Somebody prove how snack is cheating. Come on, educate me. Be smart. Really talk something real. No, stop talking conspiracy shit. Stop talking conspiracy. We're not going to do that. Devin Haney has never been caught cheating ever. We're not doing that. Not over here. I don't want to hear about Victor Conte. I don't want to hear about none of that. I want to hear that. Did he ever pop dirty? No. Did Ryan pop dirty? He did, right? That's what we on. What we can prove. We're not making shit up. We're not doing that. Nah, hell no. You don't. Not liking Devin is one thing, but to try to place a jacket on him when we know for a fact one guy cheated versus the other guy being clean, the ignorance of boxing fans is at another level, bro. You could type Victor Conte till you blue in the face, but the fact remains. Type Ostarine while you at it. Type Ryan Garcia. Type how he intentionally cheated. Keep typing and type how he went out there in Times Square and got outboxed and dropped with a double left hook by Rolly Romero to tell the whole story. Devin bounced back with a subpar performance, but he got his damn hand raised and he won. He got another bag and he on to the next. Ryan somewhere don't even know what his next move is because he got beat up by a guy that he was picked to knock out. We ain't doing that shit. We rocking with Devin Haney over here. I don't give a damn about no lawsuit. That's not my business. The only thing I care about is what he doing in the ring. And when he in the ring, he fighting. You could say the guys are small, they old. So what? He win at the end of the day. And the time that he actually did take a loss, it was tainted because this dude was cheating. Get off that, man. Devin Haney still doing what he's supposed to do. He getting in there, he being clean, and he doing it. You don't got to like him, but you got to tip your hat and respect him. He ain't go cheat. Ryan Garcia cheated, and he countersued. So who cares? You get what I'm saying? He countersued. Nobody cares about that. The lawsuit is put to the side, and guess what? The rematch look like it's in jeopardy because of Ryan Garcia, not Devin Haney. Ain't that some damn karma? You could shit on that performance all day in which I won, but don't forget to mention that the guy that I was supposed to be fighting next went out there pissed and shit the bed. Got dropped with a double left hook, got neutralized, and he tucked his tail between his legs for 10 rounds straight while Rolly just punched it and jabbed his way to victory. Get y'all asses out of here. That's the dude you vouching for? Cheating ass dude. Now he ain't pumped full of Ostarine. He looking crazy out there. Body looking crazy, looking soft, trying to blame it on the crowd. Nah, bro. You ain't had your secret sauce. You out there and you on your best behavior on that Riyadh season card. You know better. Out there clean as a whistle, getting your bell rung by Rolly. Man, where the tape at, man? Y'all disrespectful, man. Where Big Rolo at, man? Where Big Rolo the Dawn at, man? Do I still got, man? Where Big Rolo, man? Rolo. All Rolly did was remember this song. He put the same mentality in that fight. Beat his ass. That's the reason why I kept this ball this long. Went there, beat his ass out here, cheering for this cheating ass dude. Hit him again, bro. One more time. Hit him again. Rough him up, man. Rough him up. Look, duck up under the back. Beat his ass. Y'all know y'all out here. So y'all should be sad. Talking about some damn lawsuit. That ain't got nothing to do with you. That ain't got nothing to do with you. We talking about the fight. When he in the ring, he fight, bro. Devin Haney can box. And I know him look all of the records stuff. That ain't the reason to put on the man. He got that dinner after getting his ass looking up by this ass dude that got beat up by some rolling and sparring all these years ago. And he repeated this shit in the actual fight and bullied his ass. Bullied him and beat him up, bro. That's what y'all should be talking about. That's what you should be talking about. The bigger story is the guy that has something in his system look totally different the next fight. He's supposed to have what? Remember, he was blessed and highly favored. Bro made a mixtape and went out there and got beat up by Rolly. Don't ever forget. After talking about Easter eggs and looking for Easter eggs, then he turned the tide on you. He had you out there looking goofy. He punched you 5-6 feet across the ring. He double hooked that man in the corner somewhere. And y'all are cheering for him. Shout out to Big Rolly. Rolly is the unsung hero. I'm trying to tell y'all. Y'all don't even get it, bro. Y'all are trying to tear Devin down. Hell nah. We ain't doing that. Big cheating ass bro. Bro had a whole fight. He looking like, he out there strong. He dropping shit. His gas tank look pissy. It's shitty. Then in his very next fight, he pissed and shit the bed. Both. And get beat up, dropped, outboxed, embarrassed, neutralized. Left hook wasn't shit. Right hand wasn't shit. Speed wasn't shit. Man. And y'all talking about Devin? Who looked further like themselves? Because at least Devin showed you can move. You seen the offense. It's just a matter of trusting that shit. Y'all know what it is. Let's stop being crazy. If Devin Haney trusts his offense more from this point on, we're going to see more of him. If he don't, then you're going to see more like what you seen with Ramirez. It's that simple, bro. But Ryan Garcia, tell me you confident that he going to look the same in his next fight or better than what he looked the last time. He looked like some stir fry, and we don't even know why. One fight removed. He was supposed to be, bro, went from blessed to highly favored to drop looking goofy as hell in the corner of the mat with Rolly Romero standing over him, bro. Man, you can't make this shit up. So who really don't look like them? You see how quick they talk. Oh, he ran. He's a cat. What Ryan do? What did Ryan do? He didn't do shit the whole fight, but let Rolly jab his way to victory after he ate them 2 left hands. He didn't do a damn thing. But we gonna go crazy on Devin. That dude ain't cheat, man. I don't care about how y'all hate Snack, hate it all you want, be suspicious, hate Victor Conte. I get it. But until that dude test positive, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. And the more people push that Snack is PEDs, the more I feel like people just not educated and they willing to push anything. If you don't like something, you'll push anything, whether it's true or not. You don't like it, you cool. Like, we're not doing that. We don't get to do that. We don't get to force people to be cheaters, like just because we said so. Like, hell no, we're not doing that. Nah, that man went out there, didn't have no Osterine, and looked regular as hell. He looked super, super normal. And let's keep in mind that Rolly did this shit. Rolly did this. Rolly did this to him. Get what I'm saying? Rolly did this shit. Hell no, man. We ain't gonna forget that. Let's keep this shit in its proper perspective, man. Cheaters, his cheating ass got exposed. Devin Haney trying to bounce back from getting cheated. Why people mad at him? That's how crazy and weird the fight fans are. You mad at the guy that's trying to bounce back from getting cheated versus the guy that did the cheating and looked like complete shit in his next fight. He don't even look remotely close. Ryan Garcia, what, you would have never known he had a left hook if that was the first time you ever seen him fight. You would have never known. You would have never known that was Ryan Garcia. Well, it wasn't the same Ryan Garcia. Obviously, the 420 definitely wasn't that dude. Devin, how you come in there and be worse than that guy? You get what I'm saying? Terrible, bro. Terrible. He said, Justin, buy the snack. Yeah, I'm off the snack, baby. Snack. I'm telling y'all, before it's all over, I'm going to get somebody to come up here and get some game about the snack, man. I'm telling you, I'm going to find somebody credible, somebody real that got some experience, that's willing to give people some good information. I'm going to do it, but Rolo the Dawn, man. Tell them, man. You know what I'm saying? Rolo the Dawn, D for the win. Big Rolo, the unsung hero, G. You know what I'm saying? Big Rolo, he says, snack nose. I'm tired of y'all, man. I'm tired of y'all. I ain't letting up. Shout out to Melanie Queen. Appreciate you, sis. Y'all smash the like button, sub to the channel. Shout out to my dog, pound for pound. Always holding it down because I be over here yapping. I be going, bro.
Nah, you be cooking, bro. Every time I be about to say something, you just keep going. I'm like, nah, let him keep cooking.
It be the comments. Like, y'all know I get fired up when we start unnecessarily attacking fighters, bro. Why we do that? Y'all know I ain't on that. Y'all know that. Y'all know I fight that good fight happily. I don't give a damn. I'm happily saying until they catch this dude cheating, I just can't do him like that. That's all. And I feel like everybody should feel the same. I'm not saying don't still have your reservations or your feelings, but just don't let it, go so far that you're willing to say, nah, he doing it. I feel it. It's just, I feel, that's not enough. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's just, it ain't real to do it like that. You know what I'm saying? In the days where people are getting caught, that dude not no media darling. He not no crazy, big ass crazy ticket seller. And the incentive is just not built in for them to cheat. Kind of similar, like respect to the community, but I made the video a couple years back. I think it by now, probably 2 years ago, with the referee coming out and saying how he cheated for Pacquiao, and they told him to do it because of the potential of him going on to make so much money for the sport. You see what I'm saying? And you see the incentive was there for them to cheat. And I can play the video for y'all. It's my video where he show you how bad he cheated for Pacquiao. Robbed this dude. You get what I'm saying? And the incentive was there. You see how he went on to make all his money in the sport, be a big ass star. That's same crazy shit don't exist with Devin Haney. They feel like he's not the same fighter. They wouldn't. You think the minute somebody catch him cheating, they couldn't wait to be able to expose that kind of shit. They expose the hell out of him. So look, when y'all say Victor Conte, look, that's not my fight, bro. I get that. I ain't never gonna be no advocate of nothing for him. All I'm an advocate for is when they get that piss and they come back and it's clean. Because if we gonna sit here and say, oh, well, he beating the test because he know how to do this, then we can say that about everybody that's passing any drug test. And what is that really saying about the sport? So it's not that deep for me. Like, nah, I feel like that should have come to the light. I feel like if you juicing, like your performances will dictate that. I don't see Devin Haney looking like some abnormal guy in the ring. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like that. I just don't see that. You know what I'm saying? The biggest knock that you could probably have is him, killing himself on the scale and then blowing up overnight. That's your biggest argument there. We done had a whole live talking about that. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, I just can't do him like that. You know what I mean? There's been so many fighters with Snack. I think Andre as well. Did that work out for him against Benavidez? What happened? His batch of Snack was bad. I'm trying to figure it out. Like, do his only Snack when they win? Like, or is it like, what happened when these dudes be getting their asses whooped? Because he got stopped in that fight. He was Snack strong. Shit didn't work, did it? So that's why I don't do that, man. I get it. So my fight ain't Conte, but it's just giving fighters a fair shake. And if you're a real one, then you got to rock with that message, because that's all I'm trying to do. You would want the same respect if you was a guy in the sport of boxing associated with Snack or anything else, and somebody was just trying to place the label on you. You'll want the same respect I'm giving these dudes. That's all. And I'm a real one. If I get the information, for sure, I'll be the first ones to know. I'll come right here and tell you, hey, yo, this dude cheating. Hey, man, they've been cheating. But I ain't about to make it up, Just ain't real, man. It's too much boxing to talk to do that. But let's see, man. Haney, man, respect to you. You tag Teo and Turki Alashikh. You want that fight. I hope you get it, fam. Ryan is quiet. He on the sideline. He probably about to regroup because he don't look the same. He got so much soul searching, bro. Did you not look the same because of what? Because of the crowd? Like, what was it? What was it? Rolly? Was it the power? Never know, but we'll see. And I think Haney it's important for him to just stay focused and keep winning, bro. Stay focused, keep winning. Stay focused.
That's what I think it was for sure. I think it was he felt that power and how quick Rolly countered on him. And then also the other thing was how often Rolly was taking away that left hand from him. Like Rolly was just taking it away. Like Ryan was trying it early. Then he tried it when he got dropped. And then he was trying it again when he got up. They was banging, like they was going at it. And I think even a little bit in the beginning of the third, they was going at it. And Ryan was trying to swing that joint. But when I felt like when I watched it again, like when he saw that shit wasn't going nowhere, he threw like a couple rights, and it was just like a wrap because he didn't want to get countered with nothing hard because he felt it, and his money punch wasn't there.
Right. Shout out to my bro, man, behind the hands, man, because I could put it out now that the fight is over. He had got some work Devin Haney did with Giovanni Marquez. If y'all not familiar with him, go check out Behind the Hands TV. Go get familiar with Giovanni Marquez. Y'all know he got the Hall of Fame father, the announcer. That's his pop. So but he's a pretty good boxer in his own right. And he went and got some work with Devin Haney. And bro asked him, what's up, bro? He said, now the fight is over, got to ask, did Dev move like that in camp? And he said, nah, bro, that was terrible. He didn't move that much. He did move, but not that much. You know what I'm saying? So he did look different. in camp. It goes to show you that I think it's a matter of him trying to work back. I think he's still fighting some of them, you know, flashes and demons from the last fight. Then he asked him, did he seem timid? Did he fight like Ryan may have mentally messed him up? I think the Ryan fight may have made him have PTSD. Shout out to the fighter. That's the fighter saying that, Giovanni Marquez. So, look, I could understand that completely because of the hesitation to throw when you did the work to get yourself in position. And even bad moments when Ramirez positioned himself unready to fire back, just like didn't have a plan once he got there. There was plenty of opportunities Dave could have took advantage of, but, you know, he left him on the table, and that's going to happen. And like I said, it's a chance that they put too much emphasis on not getting hit and being super clean, right? Where they left shit on the table, right? Maybe the game plan was so much so to focus on not getting hit and getting dropped and left hook this and just embarrassment that is like, yo, let's keep moving. And some of it obviously is him fighting them demons, man. It's obvious. He's having to get comfortable. That's all. If he can't get more comfortable than what he showed at the Fatal Fury, it's gonna be real tough. But I'm rooting for the kid, so it is what it is. Cash, what it do? Them snack dudes got big ass high school pimples and nasty crunch and body bumps. You stupid. Yeah, them cheese streaks, juice for King Rye. Yeah, man, I don't think they all got that though, man. I'm not gonna try to go to bat for everybody, but can y'all tell me the snack fighters that's testing positive? So y'all telling me all this cheating going on right in front of our face and not one soul gonna get caught? Y'all really believe that they that good? You're like, you can't believe that. You can't possibly believe that.
Bro, the only person that I could really say, like, if they don't test positive, I still think that they might be doing drugs, is Canelo Alvarez. And I give him all the, I mean, to me, he a Hall of Fame fighter, and I appreciate what he done. But the reason why I say that is because ever since when he tested positive that one time, and then the WBC came out and raised the limit for him, at that point, it's like, bro, like at that point, I'm like, all right, well, now I really, now that I can see if they did some shit like that with another fighter, because now, okay, you failed at this level, and they allowing you to fight at this level now because we're going to raise the limit so you can be at the level you was at when you failed. You know, so that's the only time I could kind of hear that. But with every other fighter, nah, I'm not doing that.
And even that don't get brought up at all no more. And that's a regular thing. They literally increased the amount that you could have after you got caught. That should have been red flaggish, but we'll go on this like rabbit hole run with this snack shit and all these guys just happen to be cheating. And I just don't think that's the reality, man. But you know, I don't support cheating of any sort, but I can't force that to be some, right? And, hey, you already know me better than that, man. If anybody feel like I'm defending them, I feel like what I'm defending against is slander and people being overly critical and not being willing to look at the other side. I still to this day don't understand we have all the energy for a guy that didn't do the cheating versus the guy that did. I don't see how a lawsuit, which is strictly between them as fighters and teams, is outweighing the fact that the guy has something in the system. It's not for me. But nah, I call it out accordingly. If he color outside the lines, that's what I call that. When he tearing the fighter down, any fighter, don't gotta be Shakur. Nah, I don't respect it because I ain't a fan of it. You know, I done sat here and gave him his credit, so I expect him to be able to do the same. But we know how it go, man. He gonna talk his shit, but if it's criticism, then have at it. But if it's slander, nah, he gonna get called out for it just like everybody else. Like I just said, low key still want that man in Shakur. 47 is the only way I can see that happen. Mosley TPL and Cream and pass all tests. I mean, yeah, look, that's Mosley. We ain't talking about Mosley though. We talking about Devin Haney. See what I'm saying? Like see how y'all do that? I'm not talking about Mosley. I'm not making no case for nothing Shane Mosley whatsoever. I'm talking about Devin Haney. Y'all can tell me where he cheated at, or we just gonna still keep just throwing it out there for no reason, right? Like, I don't do that. I don't know when people going to be cool with it or understand I'm different. I know it's a couple people that fight that fight. That's for them. But my fight is different. I don't got no information that would suggest anything other than what I'm saying on this platform. And it's not really that much of a conversation for real because it ain't nothing there. It's people chasing their tails. And it's crazy that the fighters that's using the snack, even the ones that don't, could come up here and educate and tell you what it is and how it don't got shit to do with steroids, but people that don't know nothing about it and just assume and don't use it, don't know nobody that use it, that's saying it's any type of, you know, enhanced supplements and substances, like they act like it's just legal cheating almost. And I just can't see that being a reality. But you know, that's you know, my fight is just giving guys their just due and not putting no jacket on them. And I'm gonna stay consistent. Devin Haney, nah, I'm not doing that. Jay Paul versus Tank, November 22nd, Las Vegas. Facts. He just in case y'all forgot, Big Dog really is reminding you.
What? This not funny. How am I supposed to get home? Hold on. Hold on. Here. $2. Take the train.
Shout out to my homie Big Dog. Really appreciate you. But nah, I hear you. Hey, but nah, you should know me. You know, I give it up. When he does that stuff, you got to get called out accordingly for it, because I feel like as a father of a fighter, that's never an approach that he should take, because he's seen how many times he had to go to bat and battle for his own son. So why would you take the approach when you kind of going at people the same way you would want? You get what I'm saying? So anytime he color outside the lines, like, as long as I had a channel and I seen it, I spoke on it. But you know, it's a way to do it, right? And he know what he doing, right? But as long as he talking his shit and promoting the right way, I don't care. Talk his shit. But you know, is the reason why I would never care about any criticism of Shakur. Never again. Like, there's nothing Bill Haney can say about Shakur for the most part that's gonna make me really care or get any type of way. Because you know, when it was all said and done,
the first thing that I don't even know how it happened, because we thought that we was getting points.
You spoke that way. Once I heard that, anything you say publicly now is with a grain of salt, because I know what you said there. I know how you said it, how clear you was. That was even more convincing. I didn't expect him to even get into it that way. And I was like, damn, you think like that about him? Shit. I was like, wow. So I just take it. He's just competition at this point. He got to try to tell you that he's better than Shakur and everybody else that he fight. But nah, you know me over here, bro. I just keep it consistent. I call people out for stuff accordingly. You know what I'm saying? Like, trust and believe. If I ever get any information that's going to point to somebody not being stand up in the sport, I'm going to point it out. Like I told y'all, it's not my fight, or should I say my information. But I already told y'all, like, it was a reason why I definitively started telling y'all Ryan is a cheating ass dude. Because I got this, you know, firsthand real information that it wasn't no coincidence. It wasn't no setup. It wasn't no, nah, he knew full well what he was doing. I told y'all that. So I'll tell y'all the same thing for anybody else. Don't matter what fighter it is. I don't care, because I don't like nobody that much to lie for them. I don't care who they are. No fighter in boxing can get me to lie for them. None, not a single soul, not a single soul in boxing, whether it's a fighter, a trainer, I don't care who it is, a suit, nobody's going to get me to come up here and lie to the people that's here every day rocking with me, ever. I don't care if you're not here every day. I'm still not getting up here lying. Like, it's not worth it. I mean, I like to tell the truth, man. I built this platform off being solid. You know what I mean? And not no jackets and none of that. Team Tank doesn't mean I want to pay to be Shakur or shit. Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with that. Shit, even if you did, ain't nothing wrong with it. If you want him to get his ass beat, so ain't nothing. It's just boxing. You know what I'm saying? If you wanted him to get his ass kicked, so people say it all the time. But nah, I just would want the first time either of them lose to it'd be to each other. I'll just say this: I want them when they fight to both be undefeated. You know what I mean? And let the fight happen how it's gonna happen. I'm team boxing for real though. You know what I'm saying? I don't care who I like. I'm team boxing. I'm always push boxing more than any one fight. You know what I'm saying? All these dudes nice that I talk about anyway. They all nice. They all deserve some type of just do every now and again. You know what I'm saying? The truth shall set you free. Set you free. You know it. You know it. Man.
Hey, Judge, after what you saw from Devin and Ryan for their comeback fights, does that change the outcome of the way you see that rematch going?
What you the rematch based on they fights.
Based on their performance, like what you saw from both of them,
It's
does that
crazy
change
now
anything now?
because I have questions about Ryan after the Rolly fight that I didn't have going into it, and some of the questions that you had for Devin going into his fight got answered, but some didn't. So it's like I'm not totally sold that he wins the rematch if that's how he fights it. But then again, I can't say that Ryan gonna look like that because he not Rolly. You know what I'm saying? He don't present that level of danger that Rolly present that most people don't like to talk about because they feel like his overall skill makes him, just not a good fighter. So you could just trash him. But nah, Ryan found out. So I'll say it'll be an interesting, tricky fight, but I'm not confident as I would like to be that Devin wins the rematch fighting the way he did against Ramirez. He would have to put together far more offense than that. And if he can't do it, it's going to be extremely tough to win because you have nothing to keep Ryan at bay and honest. You're going to fall victim. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You run the risk of getting caught, even fighting the way you fought, moving so much. I think at some point you could find yourself getting caught. And Ryan is a lot faster than Jose. Stronger, dangerous, younger. So
I think it's the same shit, bro. And it's like
tough fight.
If I would have saw Devin come out and like walk to Ramirez, then that would have changed it for me. But I mean, he did, like you say, he had good footwork, good defense. But I don't think that that's the thing in the Ryan fight because a lot of people would say like it was like a talking point that he fought the wrong fight. Why was he trying to press the fight with Ryan? That's why he got knocked out. And I went with that at first, but then when I rewatched the fight, I noticed that every time Devin had success was when he was going forward. Anytime he was getting his ass caught and dropped was when he was pulling back, moving, trying to move. And Ryan would just let off shots. Anytime, even Derek James telling, anytime you throw your hands, you're connecting. So, and I think that'll play different. So even though like I saw the good footwork and shit from now, I'm like, I don't think that's gonna, because anytime you was doing that, now you allowing Ryan to just come forward and swing them shots at you, and now you trying to duck and dodge and getting dirty and all of that. But when he was coming forward, when he caught Ryan with that left hand and had Ryan getting angry and smack his gloves, he was coming forward, boom, caught him with the left. When he was beating them from 2 to 6, he was coming forward, jabbing to the body. Ryan was on the back foot moving, and Devin was coming forward, jabbing to the body, up top, doing his little combos. Anytime he was stepping back, moving, it just allowed Ryan to walk to him and just let off shots, and that's when he was getting clipped. So I don't know, man.
His confidence needs to improve in his next fight if he wants to keep getting better, because that's the main thing that was lacking. Yeah, we seen that you can move and avoid being hit, but now can you still take chances like you was doing and avoid being hit a lot, right? That's what's real. That's what you need to figure out that question. And again, let me be very clear with y'all. I don't want to sound like no snack advocate. I don't be advocating for nothing I don't have all the information on, but I got enough to say that these guys that people are very selective with this snack stuff when they're making their cases or their talking points or their arguments. And I've never seen somebody constantly push for something being bad for boxing, but everybody is being able to just like openly use it and cheat. Why it's not being pushed in the Olympics, that's not a question for me, because I never said snack is so above board. What I'm telling y'all is just because somebody is associated with snack, you can't say, oh, they're cheating. Now, I could argue about if snack is above board. I don't even speak that way. I don't know what it's above, but I just don't feel like that's the cause of people cheating. And again, we've been having this conversation ongoing on and off for weeks at this point. And at the end of the day, I'm always with the conversation. I'm telling nobody they wrong for how they feel, but I will tell you bogus if you're willing to put a jacket on somebody just because you feel some type of way without no type of, you get what I'm saying? No type of evidence to it. Like I've said this already. I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I think sometimes y'all be looking for arguments that's not there. And y'all know what point I'm making. Like, don't try to move the goalposts and start asking about why it ain't in the Olympics. That's not even the topic. The only thing I'm telling y'all is the people that they keep bringing up are on snack are not testing positive for steroids. And then the excuse that you're using is that they just know how to just use undetectable shit and they just so much better at cheating than everybody. Like, that's very convenient, bro. You could say that about anything and anybody. Like, we really gonna chase our tails like that? So nah, I'm not willing to do that to boxing in that way. Like, I feel like these cheating ass dudes, they'll get caught accordingly in due time, or the book will be out. A lot of these dudes end up getting caught cheating, or you hear it. You get what I'm saying? And I don't think, you need to rush the judgment and just place that on people. Like I said, man, it's selective. Like, you gotta use it when it don't suit your narrative, right? These people be on snack getting their asses whooped, losing, get knocked out, beat up, all types of stuff. So my argument is never going to be that snack is above anything or so great, but it's the same old, right? If you're going to say steroids, you got to have some shit to back it. That's all I'm asking. This is boxing we talking about. We talking about people careers and shit. And I swear, like, this is the part as a man that make me mad. It's deeper than boxing, because we really willing to do that to somebody's career. We part of the problem. Like, we'll just create something that's not there because you don't fully understand something. Like I said, it's what's mind-blowing to me is people will take a very limited information from like an outside source, from the outside looking in, and you can get a fighter. And I done heard a couple fighters. I believe, shout out to my dog behind the hands, I believe he had Quentin Randall on. I think he asked him about snack and what is snack. And he went on and started explaining it, breaking it down a little bit. And it's funny how not one thing he said had anything to do with PEDs or steroids. And I don't even think he's on it, but he understood it and he got the information he knew. So it's like, my thing is, why is it that the people are just pushing it because they don't know, but the people are in the know? It's not like, oh, nah, this is, you get what I'm saying? It's like, and not everybody that's in the know is actively on any type of supplements from snack. They just know what was what. So it's like, that's all. Don't get me to trying to advocate for nobody other than the fact that these two people that we're jumping down their throats, are you snack strong, this one and that one, are these people testing positive or no? No. So what we really talking about? Nothing. All right, bet. You know what I'm saying? That's all. I said that's all. I mean, it's not really much of a debate. It's not an argument. It's just wild that we don't want information. We cool with whatever we think and feel. Once it make you feel a certain way, never mind what's factual and what could be proven. It's I feel this way, so that's enough for me. And that's not real. I don't go through life just off because I feel something. Certain shit you got like you feel it. I feel it, so yeah, it gotta be true. Yeah. What? Like, what we doing? Like, damn. Yeah, I feel it. I knew something ain't right. And it's like think about something, right? The people that there's like most people throw names out there connected to PDs and or snack, their performances are relatively consistent with the last, right? Where you have a guy in Ryan Garcia who just popped for Osterine, right? And then in his very next fight looked like a totally changed man. And it's like the conversation is not centered around a guy that was just proven to be cheating. It's centered around a guy that you think could be cheating because he might be connected to somebody that you don't like, that you think is cheating or ain't good, right? So it's like, what are we really doing, right? What are we really doing? Because we really seen a considerable drop off from one performance to the next. And one guy, not the other guy, not so much. He almost pretty much fight the same way. Might have fought a little less comfortable, a little more timid this time around, right? But nonetheless, his performances don't look drastically different in terms of like you were just looking dominant. Now you don't. At least he got took through some shit, and that might have changed the way he fight. Whereas the other guy, what the hell is your excuse? What is your excuse? You kicked ass, right? What is your excuse? Why do you look so much different? But see, that'll, even though it's proven, the scrutiny will kind of it'll just leave him, and it will still be focused on Devin. See, but we over here, we got a case where look at this cheating ass dude right over here. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, then he had the nerve to come out and look like some stir-fry shit, bro, against somebody that you was expected to KO, knock out bad. They was thinking you was gonna do really filthy, how people was talking, right? You came out and looked like that, bro. They said you ain't had the juice. That's why you look like that. and it's hard for him to make the argument. That's why you cry. You look like a totally changed fighter. I was like, wow, man. Wow. Shout out to Big Dog Willie, my guy, man. Appreciate the support. And on Twitter, Tank said after the Jake Paul fight, he's in negotiations with Amir Khan for a comeback fight. Amir Khan and Turkey shared the post. Facts. Amir Khan and Big Turk. Big Turk. The name Tonka Turk, man. Shout out to Creative Traveling, my homie, man. Appreciate that support. Big shout out to my homie, man. Appreciate you. And that's all. I just always want to be clear where my stance is, y'all. My argument, I can't argue for things that I don't know about, but just what we do know is, you know, I can only go off of what's out there. I can't make it up out of thin air and then be like, yeah, that's enough. Yeah. You know what I mean? It's just let this shit happen. You know what I'm saying? I think time has a very interesting way. I'm a big believer in that, letting time sort out shit and not having to rush to the judgment and just letting things take its course, right? Run its natural course. And like, for example, I mean, you see it with a lot of people, right? You see it eventually, something happen, it'd be a slip up, and then it's a oops. You know what I mean? Like, think about it. Devin Haney get more flack for what they think he might be doing than what Oscar Valdez did for having multiple banned substances in his shit and blamed it on T. And then it was checked that no T on the market contains such substances that he had in his system, but he won't get the kind of criticism that a Devin Haney would get at all. That's the way it should be. Just shout out to Ringside Reactions, man. Shout out to you, bro. Appreciate you. Just want to know Haney can rehydrate. Nah, look, because I talked about that too. I'm fair. I think it's interesting because what made me started feeling like asking about it was when Keith Thurman was saying it, being a bigger guy and rehydrating to less. And he like, damn, how you get that big? What is he doing? Liquid IVs? Now that started making me think like, damn, it is crazy. How is he able to put? But what kind of weight is that? Is that a bunch of water weight? Like, get what I'm saying? Is it any, you know what I mean? So what is it? So I'm curious too, but you know, I just won't put it on them, right? I just want that shit to come to light. And I feel like it will. I just don't feel like you're gonna continue to cheat and never get caught. I just don't feel like that. Now, how these dudes be getting caught up, man? Or you will see something that just looks suspicious, or have a point in their career where something just ain't looking right. You know what I'm saying? So he hit hard, and the power made him fight different. Yeah. Hey, yeah, he got neutralized by the power. He did get hit hard. But again, that was one contributing factor. Overall, why did he look drastically different, though, outside of just getting hit hard? Why wasn't he firing back, too? And you get what I'm saying? Why did he just look so much different physically and everything? Energy. Like, he just looked like a changed fighter. He looked like something totally different from one fight to the next. Like, you know what I'm saying? That was a big drop off from, you know, standing over Devin Haney, repeatedly dropping him and showboating and dancing and sticking your tongue out and doing all of that stuff, to getting dropped double left hook by Rolly and getting neutralized, standing there looking, you know, like you just wasn't the same guy. Like, you couldn't pull the trigger no more. You get me? So yeah, a big part of what I seen, I think, was him getting caught and tamed. That's what I call it. Got tamed early. But it also is at the wrong time. So there's also a case that you just don't look the same because you ain't got the extra boost. You get me? So, and he put himself in that situation by performing so terribly in the moment. He looked like some stir fry, man, you know? The team in the world with Fetterman in the yacht, but Valdez kept his title. That's a fact. And he don't get the kind of flack that we give other people for even just assuming. So that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what my fight is, and that's what my frustration is, y'all. Like, we had people that we know for a fact that cheated, and they don't get the kind of criticism for being known cheaters that guys get for just suspecting that, you know, you might be cheating. That's all I'm saying. And cheating is cheating, bro. I'm not rocking with it at all. I don't care who's doing it. I'm not rocking with it, but I'm also not, you know, falsely accusing either. I can't do that. Butterball snack. You got Bud by KO. Yeah, man. Shout out to Stephen Bradman Edwards. He said Bud possibly could hurt Canelo, possibly stop. I got some high hopes for Canelo, man.
I'm telling you, I think Bud could stop him, man. People like, yo, how you going? He got a strong chin, bro. He got a strong chin. Triple G couldn't do it. But my thing is just the punch selection and the accuracy that Bud got, man. And then
Timing.
the timing, like he'll make you run into it, set you up for it.
Yeah.
And then Canelo is not one of them dudes who's a combination puncher, bro. Crawford is a counter puncher. He's an assassin, a sniper.
Right.
He'll take you out. Canelo's gonna throw 2 punches the most, and they gonna be heavy, and they ain't gonna be the quickest. And Bud is longer. You know, I don't know if I cut out, Bud is longer. He got that footwork. Canelo's he's gonna throw 2 big punches. And
Right.
Bud, man, and Bud could put them combos together. Heavy shots. The right hand, left-handed, switching stances on you. Uppercuts up the middle. I just think it's gonna be an accumulation of punches that's gonna do it to Canelo. Like where the ref is just like, all right, this is over.
I mean, it's
like, I don't think he's gonna clip him, knock him out, but I think when that leather start landing on Canelo's face and he start getting all red, and Bud start putting that, damn baby, shit, and Bud start putting that, my fault. Bud start putting them paws on him like that.
Who had a better performance, Big Supreme, Crawford in his last fight or Canelo in his last fight? Who looked more lackluster, bro? Lackluster is very subjective. What I learned about boxing fans, when something don't look how the rest of it look, we overly critical. Sometimes you're not gonna blow a guy out as bad as you do everybody else, but the goal is still to win. And to me, it wasn't even debatable who won because of how he won. So you get my point, right? So it's like, who really looked lackluster? You know what I mean? His ass. Who looked like more of themselves? Who now, after their performance, people are kind of switching up on it because of it. The odds done changed because of how bad he looked. Regular. Like, I'm not convinced that effort. Again, skills is one thing, but the effort. Canelo brings the same effort in the ring with Bud Crawford that he did with William Skull. He's going to get outboxed, in my opinion. He's going to get outboxed, in my honest opinion. If he brings that same lackluster effort, that kind of lazy, throwing one punch at a time and loading up and big shots, and I'm just lazy because he won't stand there, and then he's going to get outboxed. I don't anticipate he'll fight like that, but he's going to get outboxed if he do. I mean, I think Bud just one of them special ones. I think he's going to give him a good fight, man. I do. I'm not sold that Canelo knocks him out either. He ain't been knocking shit out. I'm not just giving him the knockout over Bud just cuz. Hell no, he gonna work. I'm telling you, that lazy shit he was on ain't gonna work. I hope he come right in there like that, lazy too, so Bud could just box his ass. You know what I'm saying? Box his ass. I know it's hard to see it, but shit, if there's anybody that could do it, it's him. So I'll give him a shot. Uphill battle for Bud, but Canelo, man, Canelo's a tough cookie to crack, man. He gonna come more prepared, I think, more motivated, like, right? The effort, he gonna put a lot more effort into fighting Bud Crawford, in my opinion. So he can't. I bet you he won't come in there like he did with William Skull, lazy. I bet you he don't do that shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm cool, man. I'm cool. Maybe he got lured into one. I'm telling you, man. Maybe he got lured into one. Bud watched him ringside. He's like, I got something, man. Him and Bomac gonna be on it, man. Telling y'all, I can see it. Where Bo Measley at, man. Bo Measley gonna be on it again. I'm trying to tell y'all. Y'all remember how Bomac was. That you want Bomac gonna be like this after the Canelo fight.
What? I told you, man. Hell yeah. Man, fuck them motherfuckers, man. Fuck them. They mad. They're gonna...
Hey, yo, I'm always like that, yo. That's my move forever, bro. I'm telling you, that's how, bro. That's what we pushing, bro. That's how they gonna be. The motherfuckers, man, they gonna be mad. That's how you doing them, bro. That's gonna be the reaction. It ain't gonna do them like that.
They
ain't
mad.
gonna do them like that, but that's gonna be the reaction. That's gonna be the reaction.
They mad.
That's gonna be the reaction. Man, they mad. Bud gonna be in there flexing like I told y'all and did it again. Y'all should have learned to stop counting Budrick out, man. They stop counting Budrick out. Budrick about to show y'all the difference between God gifted and really, really talented. Watch. I'm pushing this. I'm going down with the ship, y'all. I'm going down with the ship. Proudly, I don't give a damn. I ain't no scenario in my route for Canelo over Crawford. None. Beat his ass, bud. Beat his ass. Beat his ass, bud. Bud beat Canelo, bro. He came out there with that weak ass game plan, writing on the wall. Bud about to cook. Him and Bo Measley about to put one together. I'm telling you. I'm confident. I ain't even joking though when I say this. I'm telling you, because I feel like, yo, how convinced people was that he was gonna lose against Spence. Like, I will never forget that. I will never forget how people were so sold. And they just as sold then as they sold now that he losing this fight. And I'm like, man, oh no, you can't count no competitive ass dude out like that. He ain't making that shit easy. I just don't feel like he got nothing that, you know, I mean, he can't do shit that Bud can do. Like, think about this, y'all. If they was the same exact size and it wasn't no weight discrepancy, who would y'all be picking to win? That's the part that's tripping me out. I don't hear nobody saying that Canelo is more skillful than him, more versatile, or none of that. They just saying, yo, he bigger, the weight classes. And I'm like, what if that don't happen? You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I don't think Canelo more skillful than Bud. Hell no. No, I don't. They was the same exact. Like, if this wasn't a weight class discrepancy, yeah, I definitely think we'll all be picking Bud, especially after what you just seen the last time. And you telling me you don't got no size advantage, no power advantages, like that's obvious, and you gonna be his same size as Bud. So that's what I'm saying, y'all. That's all. Maybe that'll help y'all understand why I'm leaning towards Bud. See, so what it do, homie? You get what I'm saying? Bud is more skillful than him, more versatile. He more creative with his offense, and I think he can beat him. I think he can box him. I do. I think Canelo's got complacent, lazy. I think he got that silk pajama syndrome. And I think Bud Crawford might got one last great performance on him. Would I bet on it? I would. I wouldn't bet a whole lot. I would, though. I would. I wouldn't bet a whole lot, though. I don't mind betting for Bud. So what? He showed it so many times. So if I'm wrong one time, so you know what I'm saying? I wouldn't care. I hope Bud beat his ass. But I know it's going to be tough as hell. It's an uphill battle. But I'm just letting y'all know I'm going to breathe life into Bud beating him because that's exactly what I want to see. While acknowledging how tough of a fight it is, if that makes sense, right? But I think I get that Canelo fought so many times, but I don't think it's really much he's seen that Crawford has it. And you got to think, what kind of style give Canelo problems? Great counter punchers and shit like that.
And what is Canelo
hitting him
going
with
to do
shots
to
he's not
Crawford?
prepared for, don't see. Bud is really good at catching guys with shots they don't see. Telling you, man, he got long arms, I don't know, man. I just want to see him not compromise, and I'll be, you know, but I want to see him pull it off. Ain't a mover like Lara. I think he can do some moving with offense and he'd be all right.
And Crawford, he's faster than him. I mean, like, what could we know that Canelo is bigger than Crawford, but what is Canelo gonna do to Crawford? He gonna try to punch him hard? Like, he's not gonna. His footwork ain't better than Crawford. He's not faster than Crawford. I mean, IQ wise, I think Crawford got better IQ. You know, I mean,
some bubblegum gelato, Supreme bubblegum gelato.
Oh, he over there blowing it down.
I ain't now though. You know, I'm just wrapping up, but I will once we wrap up.
Bro,
You know, we getting to the end, man. Shout out to my homie, man, rocking out the entire time, and everybody that rocked out to the end, man. That was already a better counterpuncher than Crawford. I think he's a really good counterpuncher, man. It's a conversation there, but I just think Crawford is more versatile with his work. You know what I'm saying? Ricky more versatile. I'm saying Crawford done beat some asses too. Canelo not gonna punch Bud now. Yeah. Okay, he said, yeah, he gonna punch him, but he gonna slip and slide on him, man. Slip and slide, man. Nah, listen, I know it's a tough fight, bro, but I'm not picking against Bud Crawford, man. Not for Canelo. I don't care how much people think he that guy. I see a lazy, beatable dude. That's all. And I know with the right game plan, he could be beat. That's what I'm saying. And when I seen how good this man shined in his biggest fight when people say he was going to get walked through and beat because he was too small. Now we kind of saying the same thing. He too small, size, weight. I get it. So yeah, I don't think he looked bad at 54. I just think it didn't look like what the rest of the performances looked like at 47. So people went to being overly critical without, taking into account a few things. So again, and I do believe in Crawford's ability to prepare for the challenge at hand too, just like any other fighter. How he get up for everything, but I think he knows exactly what kind of challenge this is, and I feel like he'll fight a certain way because of it. So we'll see. Yeah, I know there's a really good chance that he could lose, y'all. Let me be clear. Matter of fact, if I had to put money on it, but I ain't ever put money on Canelo. I know that there's a very, very good chance that he wins, y'all. But if there is any fighter in boxing that got a chance to beat this lazy Canelo that I'm seeing these last few fights, it's Crawford, bro. That's all. And I'm comfortable with that. If he lose, we'll be here to talk about it, y'all. Y'all know how we do. We ain't ducking. We can be like, hey, man, it is what it is, dog. You feel me? But I ain't betting against him, man. No, man. No. Not the man that wore the net and brought Eminem out and then proceeded to kick ass at an alarming level. Had people talking about his gloves and everything. I ain't gonna never forget that. They're not too far. And where the people at, man? The snack strong ain't gonna help him. He ain't gonna be snack strong. What about the people that saying he's snack strong? What about the busted gloves? The busted gloves ain't gonna help. Are they gonna stop him? You know what I'm saying? But if Canelo come with that lazy approach, that one punch at a time shit, loading up with big shots, I think he gonna allow several opportunities for a guy like Crawford, and that could be bad for him. Because the worst thing you could do is allow Crawford to shout out to GM egg weights. That's what they were saying, some shit like that. The last thing you could afford to do is allow Crawford to get into any type of rhythm and get comfortable. Because once he do that, he gonna get in the I'm telling you. So it's all. I want to see how the fight start out, man. I'm all in. I'm all in for this, y'all. And I know it's gonna be the toughest fight of his career, but so what? So what? He's gonna be the most skillful guy I believe he's been in there with since Floyd. So I'm cool with it. Crawford, go out there. You got one lap, man. Come on, one lap.
That day. He may come back and beat you.
Correct.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
So you just gotta, give him his just due and, give him the encouragement that it's not over.
Right.
Instead of beating him while you're down.
Then talk that talk, Crawford, and talk about giving people they just do all at the same damn time, kid. Gotta rock with it, man. Shout out to Buddy Budrick, man. Shout out to Buddy Budrick, man.
Bruce Ennis better leave Teofimo Lopez alone. He better leave him alone. I'm telling y'all.
Better leave him alone, I'm telling y'all. Boots Ennis, you better leave him alone. Kick Boots in his ass out here, bro. Boots gonna kick T.O. ass out this joint, bro. I see them trying to snatch AB champ. Got the scrap, bro. If Saul is just due, Saul is one of the most decorated fighters in the boxing today, actively. Probably the best active resume in today's boxing. Oh, yeah, that was Antonio Brown, Big Supreme. They tried to jump him and snatch his chain. He fought him up off him, and he went and got that blicky. And I think that's corny. That's why I didn't want to play the whole thing, because he went and grabbed that thing. But I thought that was corny real quick that I seen that. People just got to let people live, man, and do them. Like, I'm not a fan of none of that weird shit out there, man. Let that man do him, man. And that's a walking crash out. You better pick your battles wisely playing with Mr. Antonio. Dude be ready to crash. I'm telling you. He be ready for it. Technique. Said, 'Said, 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 ' Yeah, I mean, the Benavidez one, shit, maybe we get to see that, but we're not going to see that, but, you know, for sure, hopefully we get to see, you know, when people start running, they get that scrap. You know that's universal for okay. You know, you don't grab that thing, huh? Saul and Ricardo Finito Lopez, Mexican. Oh, you said for the Mexican goats. Yeah, I mean, look, Canelo is it, man. I just wish he wouldn't have went on this long ass pre-retirement tour. You know what I'm saying? I wish he wouldn't have did this, but it is what it is. I respect the Crawford fight because he got somebody that's really gonna want to beat him. So regardless of what happened in that fight, I'm completely comfortable knowing that Crawford gonna try to beat him. Yeah.
And now we done seen that William Skull fight. I mean, everybody's entitled to their own opinion. But who here think that William Skull got better feet than Crawford?
Nah,
I mean, bro, like, come on, bro.
I think he more versatile, and if he not severely compromised at the weight, we got us a great fight, y'all. That's my thoughts on that. But we at the end of the stream. Shout out to my homie Pound for Pound, man. Appreciate you rocking.
Appreciate you, bro. Yo, enjoy your week.
Always,
safe, bro. Salute to y'all. Hit that like for my man Jusdueboxing, keeping that real boxing talk alive and not crying over here and all emotional and giving them fake narratives that y'all so used to hearing. Salute to you, bro. Peace out.
I already know. Appreciate you, bro. GM. Look, I mix movement in with boxing, right? Just be smart, bro. I ain't got the game plan. I'm not gonna act like I do, but I do believe in Bomac and Bud as a team, as a tandem. I think they'll put together an interesting game plan and try to attack Canelo weaknesses. I think he did a really good job at studying and figuring out what Spence's weaknesses was. I think he'll try to craft and take a very similar approach with Canelo. It's not going to be easy. He can't just gallop around the ring and make it easy. And he definitely ain't going to fight like William Skull, but I think it'll be a better fight, more entertaining. But I think Bud got a lot more substance behind him, what he doing, than William Skull. You know what I mean? He going to have more of an intent on wanting to win. He'll never, I don't think, fight a fight in the manner that Skull fought. Even if he could fight like that, I don't think he would. You know what I'm saying? His temperament won't allow him to. So that's my thoughts. But with that, that's my time for today, man. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to No Evidence, man. My guy, man. Much love to everybody. I appreciate all the support, everybody that's rocking out. Shout out to the homie, man. Big shout out to the homie Al Booger who purchased this shirt, man. Got to give my guy his just due. I didn't see him in the building, but still gonna give him his just due. Shout out to the homie Al.
And we ain't never got a box again. Well,
right.
well. I already been getting these back, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
Homie Al, man. Much love, bro. Appreciate the support, and we're gonna keep building, y'all. There's the chance of beating Boots, and Crawford has to beating Canelo. I mean, it's subjective. I hear you simplify, but Creole, my dog, man. Again, much love to everybody in the building. Big Supreme. Yeah, he is, man. It ain't gonna be no easy fight at all, but Bud built for the challenge, man. Anybody who mother used to pay people to beat their son ass, I'm betting on him. You get me, I'm betting on him. But again, much love to everybody that pulled up on this beautiful Monday, and I see all y'all tomorrow. 4 p.m. Beat me there. Don't meet me there. Much love. Appreciate y'all. And we out.
Yo. You know the deal. We back again. We never slacking. Word 'em up. Ladies and guys, whether if you drunk or you high, it's time to pay respects to the illest man alive. If you think you got a point, he'll shrink you down to size. And from there it's downhill like a slinky or a slide. Open your eyes, got a deep connection with the rise, so you might see them jump in whenever they go live. Peep it, this channel blowing up now, it's not a secret. With tons of exclusive interviews to listen to. Them other channels I hate, but yo, they missing clues. They start narratives, sip the goose and twist the truth. It don't take a rocket scientist to get the proof. Just click the live live at 4 p.m. Eastern time. But when you chime in, make sure you keep it kind. But if cowards want to debate, then it's feasting time. My man Just Do shine, busy all the time. Grind 24/7, 365. Videos he might have 365. My rhyme's sick, they make you do a 365. You get a rich if you think you fit to survive. It's Just Do Boxing, time to click the live. Ain't no beginners, if you soft, you ain't down to ride. I crush you, respect too, it's Just Do. He got the illest boxing show on the internet. The boy been a threat and he ain't even had dinner yet. Word him up. Yeah. You know what time it is. $4 p.m. Eastern. Click the link.
In the building. Make sure y'all subscribe to Just Do Boxing, the best boxing talk on YouTube.
Just Do Boxing in the building, 4 o'clock shorty, man. Y'all make sure y'all check him out. He's going to be live today at 4 o'clock, man. And he's going to be spewing some good stuff as he always do with an unbiased approach, man. He's probably the most unbiased channel on YouTube.
What's going on? And one of my favorite channels, if y'all into that pugilistic perfection, if y'all into that boxing, that's that boy Just Do Boxing here on YouTube. Make sure y'all check out Just Do Boxing, the only unbiased boxing channel on YouTube, because I am definitely biased when I talk about boxing. So
as always, we got to shout out everybody in the chat, man. Shout out to my brother Just Do. Y'all make sure y'all go sub to Just, man. Just doing a hell of a job over there. Had a great interview today. The brother, and I say it respectfully, one of the most non-biased individuals that I've ever heard speak on the sport of boxing. And I got a lot of love and respect for my brother Just, man. And right now we're going to give him his Just Do. Shout out to my brother Just Do, man. Much love and